Well, a very good morning and welcome to this second ODI between the Netherlands and Ireland. My name's Piers Fletcher and I'm joined in co-commentary this morning by Netherlands numbers aficionado Patrick Delaney as we see Ireland get their innings underway as Gabby Lewis carves that one away for 4. Apologies for the slight delay in the start on commentary. Always a few technical gremlins to start the day. What we can tell you is that at the toss, the Netherlands won it and they have decided to bowl this morning. A little bit of humidity in the air, as you see Iris Villing try and complete the first over. Loud appeal, but not given out by umpire Martin Hancock, and that will end the first over. 7 without loss. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, Piers. I'm not just a numbers aficionado, you know, I'm a big fan of Netherlands cricket in general.
See, look, there's more to you than just numbers, Patrick. That's always a good thing. Now, the two teams today, I've been reliably informed that the Dutch only making the one change today. Caroline de Lange returns in place of Gwen Bloemen as we get a nice wave from number 27, Frederik Overdijk in the distance. So yes, Caroline de Lange, leg spinner, back in the side for the seam of Gwen Bloemen. And for the Irish, I've been told that they are unchanged once more. So, same team as they had on Monday. Isabel van den Woning from the Mulder end. That is dragged drastically down the leg side. Saw the arm drop away quite significantly. Patrick, the Dutch with one change. De Lange in, Bloemen out. Your thoughts behind that?
Really happy to see Caroline de Lange back. I think she may be one of the key bowlers in the Dutch attack. Was very successful last year at the World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe. So yeah, good to see her. I think it's a good change. She took 4 for 64 against Sri Lanka. And also a number of years ago she was very important in the qualifier in Spain, where she took important wickets against Scotland. Meanwhile, I do not really understand why Isabel would be bowling round the wicket. As you can tell, there are no left-handers in the Dutch batting lineup, which means that they do not get any practice at all bowling to left-handers.
Overdijk comes a lot finer now at third man. Yeah, Van den Woning just guilty of sort of getting a bit slingy from round the wicket. Needs to remain standing tall and driving herself towards that off stump. It's a little bit better. Yeah, Caroline de Lange, very much an important player for the Dutch, Patrick. So she'll offer that extra bit of control. Leg spin alongside the other leg spinner of Silver Seegers, who took 2 wickets and 2 balls in game 1. The batters out there for the Irish, Leah Paul and Gabby Lewis, same opening partnership as game 1. A change out in the middle for the umpires today. Nitin Barthi standing at the far end, at the Mulder end, and Martin Hancock, who stood in game 1. And Adrian van den Dries will be the third umpire today. I spoke to Adrian about sort of the reasoning that he wasn't out there today, and they said they wanted a panel umpire standing alongside a non-panel umpire today. So really good experience for Martin Hancock to get some more international cricket under his belt. Last 3 balls have been better from Van den Woning. Bit fuller, a bit straighter, a better line.
Yeah, she's adjusting really well. She's a very talented girl. I think she could be the spearhead of the Dutch attack in 1 or 2 years' time. Having said that, Silver Sires was bowling very, very well the day before yesterday. And maybe I would have considered to start with a spinner.
Too straight from Van den Woning. Be called wide down the leg side. Yeah, you mentioned that. We just talked about it in game 1 around the fact that the Dutch do only have 2 women cricketers in the whole of the domestic game that bat left-handed, so they don't see a lot of it.
That's right, and you can still practice it, of course. And
Better from Van den Woning. Still 1 ball left in this marathon first over. Gabby Lewis playing her 27th ODI. Highest score of 96. Averaging the best part of 26 with 593 runs today. So she'll be looking across the 600 run barrier. And Leah Paul in her 15th ODI. Overpitched. Full toss, and Overdyke's got a bit of work to do and comfortably gets round and actually keeps it to 1, which is an exceptional job. That'll end the second over. 15 without loss after 2. Iris Villing to continue. Took 2 wickets in game 1. Bowled very well. 7 over spell up front. Nicely dabbed away by Leah Paul. Nicely in control of that, actually. Slight oohs and ahs from my co-commentator, but to be fair, quite nicely in control. You were just mentioning off air, Patrick, that it's another stunning day here in Amstelveen.
the weather in the Netherlands has been exceptional this summer. It's a really nice change to what we're used to, as you know. Sometimes it rains in April and it still rains in September, but this year has been great.
Over pitch by Zvilling, but Van Bolge comes round and cleans up, so only the single taken. Yeah, the weather really has been exceptional today. We're expecting a high of 29 degrees, so we'll be quite warm for the girls out there this morning. Like we mentioned during game one, there is quite a lot of dew that sits on this outfield in the morning, so the moisture does really draw out of the ground. Respectfully left outside of stump. So yeah, it will be a bit humid this morning, but generally that will actually cool off and we should get a little bit of a breeze later. Just seeing the top of the trees in the distance. Just fluttering just a tad, but we will need a little bit more because I can already tell you, and here in our commentary position, it is relatively warm and muggy. Good from Zvilling.
She's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, which I would prefer, even if you're not used to bowling left-handers in the nets. It's just a bit easier to have that line of attack.
Lovely shot that by Zvilling. Caroline de Lange with a bit of a lazy hand, to be fair. It's going to run away for 4. The Dutch are going to have to be on today. Electing to bowl first this morning. They have to be sharp in the field and with the ball, Patrick.
Definitely. And this was not the best effort I've seen, to be honest. Having said that, it was a magnificent shot, of course. Yeah,
Leopold's come out and meant business. Made a couple of really nice shots so far. looking to improve on her first effort with the bat from Monday. Another over completed. Loud shout of well bowled errors from coach Shane Dietz in the distance. 21 without loss after 3. Funton Woning will bowl her second over. Now to the right-handed Gabby Lewis. Drags that one wide. Nathan Barthy with a little bit of exercise this morning, Patrick.
Yes, well, it's been a bit of a surprise for me, to be honest, to see her bowl a bit wayward. It's early in the morning, so it'll improve, no doubt, but so far it's not been great.
It's gone past a bit delayed it. Yeah, you can sort of see that Van den Woning is sort of fighting a battle within her head here. She's very disappointed. You can see there in the follow-through of her action, she's stopping very quickly after the crease. That's forcing her to shoulder the ball. When you shoulder the ball, you're trying to force the ball down there with a lot of effort, and you lose accuracy. She's got to get someone at mid-off or mid-on, needs to start talking to her and help her out, because she's just getting caught up with mind games here. Better. Following through. You can see that there's a big difference when she follows through in her action as opposed to just stopping at the crease and trying to shoulder the ball, Patrick.
100% spot on, Piers, because I think she looked a bit tense in the opening overs. And this last delivery looked much more relaxed, so hopefully she'll find a rhythm.
Irish off to a fly here. 24 off the first 3.5 overs. Straight in a loud call of yes, and Juliet Post comes running round, but can't stop the singles. So I think the Irish did very well in game 1 for me. They did it better than the Dutch. They rotated strike better. And okay, the Dutch only made 84, but they did leave a lot of runs out there, and their ability to call and run between the wickets was of a lesser standard than of the Irish. The Irish committing to calls and running hard.
Yes, and putting the ball into gaps. They did that much better. Even yesterday when...
Lovely shot by Gabby Lewis. And they'll go on the arm. And it's very well run. Loud call by Leah Paul from the non-striker for 2 straight away, Patrick.
Yeah, that's in fact it's to illustrate your point. I mean, the day before yesterday, even when the batting performance wasn't great by either of the teams, they put the ball into the gap and go for it. And I saw a lot of Dutch players playing it nicely, technically correct, straight to a fielder, which won't get you any runs. So hopefully we'll see improvement there as well.
So the Seagulls firing that ball back in to Babette Delata. Yeah, the completion of this over. I'll run through the 2 teams for you. Two straight this time from Van den Woning. Both sides of the wicket. full toss and only bunted as far as Van Bolge. Apologies. It's not Van Bolge. It is... No, it was also not Silver Seegers. That's number 31, but it was fielded by number 2 there, which was Ava Lynch. Covers. They got there eventually. They are quite far away. I didn't have the numbers quite in front of me at that point. Back of a length and chopped down by Gabby Lewis. Be one run off the final ball of the over. After 4, the Irish 29 without loss. So, for the Dutch today, they're captained and by wicketkeeper Babette Delaney. Joining her is Isabel van den Moning, Juliette Post, Robin Rijker, Ava Lynch, Iris Zwilling, Silver Seegers, Caroline de Lange, Frederique Overdijk, Jolien van Vliet, as Iris Zwilling continues. Fuller and wider, and it's bumped just in front of Robin Rijker. You saw a puff of dust that bounced just before her. That will allow the 2 Irish batters to get through. And the last player on that list will be Annemijn van Bolge.
Much better line this from Iris Zwilling. And hopefully she'll be able to repeat that to the left-handed Leah Paul.
We'll bring you the Irish team after this delivery. Slip in. Nicely bowled. Good control of line and length. Iris Zwilling. So for Ireland, captained by Laura Delaney. Also joining her, Rachel Delaney, Georgia Dempsey, Amy Hunter, Shauna Kavanagh, Arlene Kelly, Gabby Lewis, Cara Murray. Full toss this time, but only as far as Van Bolge at mid-on. Cara Murray, Leah Paul, Orla Prendergast, and the wicketkeeper will be Mary Waldron. So like we mentioned, only the one change between the two teams. Ireland remaining unchanged for the second ODI, and the Dutch leaving out Gwen Bloemen for the leg spin of Caroline de Lange. Slightly less people around the ground this morning. I'm sure they will slowly come in this afternoon. I know yesterday, apologies, on Monday, that Robert Van Oostrum will be joining me later on this afternoon in commentary. It obviously is a weekday.
It's an excellent little spell by Iris Zwilling. Even to the left-hander. She hasn't had too much practice bowling to left-handers, but still she adjusts very quickly.
Fuller and only hit as far as cover. Brave run, hitting it straight to the fielder and going. Ava Lynch couldn't affect the run out. That will end the over. Five overs gone now. 31 without loss. Change of the bowling from the Mulder end. Frederique Overdijk will take over from Isabel van den Moning. Pitching straight and continuing down the leg side. It'll be a leg bye. Overdyke not used in game 1. To the slight concern from the commentary box, myself and Robert Van Ocean really did have to question Babette Delay's captaincy on that occasion. You're probably one of your premier seam bowlers, not getting a bowl when you're only defending 84, but nonetheless, good to see her into the game early today. Straight on the money to the right-handed Gabby Lewis. Obviously a first bowl in ODI cricket for Frederick Overdyke. There's going to be a lot of firsts again today, you suggest. Bit too short and straight this time, and that's just helped on its way. Robin Smith, Netherlands under-19 player, will pick the ball up and throw it back. Overdyke guilty of getting too straight to Gabby Lewis there, Patrick.
Yeah, well, firstly, I tend to agree on you with about the fact that she didn't bowl the day before yesterday. I think the reason for that was that they were getting wickets quickly with Iris and Silver. So she would have bowled for sure, but she didn't get a chance, and of course the game was over before we knew it. But I actually this morning I watched the famous 7 for 3 she took against France last year, and she bowls very, very straight. I think that may be one of her main strengths, but maybe at the same time a bit of a risky ploy.
Nicely fielded there by Raika at backward point. Right-handed naturally, so having to work to get around the ball there at backward point. Yeah, like I say, obviously France of a very different level to Ireland, but like I say, when you've got a world record under your belt, surely you've got to give that person a go, and we saw Van den Moning get a bit of a bowl. But for my liking, okay, you give her a couple of overs and then you get probably your spearhead, your frontline seamer into the game. And to not see her bowl, for me, even in the 20 overs, was a bit of a shock. Nonetheless, we move on to game 2. Over pitch this time, but only has bunted as far as went off, and both the Irish batters probably a little bit guilty of missing out on those at the end of 6 overs. Ireland 37 without loss. Really like the cut of her jib, as you'd say in English, Patrick. She tall, young seam bowler.
Yeah.
Really nice presentation of the seam with her action.
For me, the outstanding seam of the Dutch team, and she always delivers. Nice, relaxed action.
Yeah, I'm always mindful to not big many people up. I tried to big Scott Edwards up on air in the final ODI, saying it'd be great for him to bring it home for the Dutch over Pakistan, and his parents and brother are on screen, and then he comprehensively got bowled. Little inside edge there from Lewis, so decision turned down, but I like the way that Irish Villing's gone about it. She's been excellent so far. 7 overs, 2 for 20 in game 1. Bowled excellently. Pitched up once more and respectfully defended. Gabby Lewis, quality player. mentioned during game 1, she picked up by the Northern Superchargers in the 100. Was involved in that squad. Hit to Ava Lynch and take another run. She's been picked on a bit today at extra cover. That one, to be fair, was just a little bit to her left, so had to run around that ball as the natural right-hander. Yeah. Has obviously played for the Southern Brave last year in the 100, and this year being picked up by the Northern Superchargers. Has made 100 in T20I cricket, so there is talent there. Bunted off the short ball. Leopold looking to pull, but only getting that ball as far as mid-off, and Iris Villing will complete another over. Far more controlling over. 38 after 7. Overdyke to continue from the Mulder end. Netherlands women's assistant coach Jake Needham popping behind us to have a look at the action. That's hit her on the pad. Nitin Barthi considers and raises the finger. Frederick Overdyke picks up the first for the Dutch. Gabby Lewis departs, LBW. Look pretty straight from down here, Patrick Delaney.
Yeah, well, it sums up what I said earlier about her bowling straight, I suppose. It is an asset, but it's also it can be risky, because if you overpitch it, you'll be hammered. But I think this is exactly what she did in that famous spell against France, bowling 7 for 3, getting people either bowled or LBW.
Yeah, the Dutch will be over the moon with that. Gabby Lewis departs for 15 off 19. The score now 38 for 1 after 7. Really nice delivery from Overdyke. Look to pitch around that middle stump line and just straighten. Making contact just around that knee roll, below knee roll, and whilst Gabby Lewis is quite a tall batter, look to be pretty adjacent. So the Dutch with their first, they'll be absolutely stoked with that. Overdyke on the money once more. Looks like number 54, Amy Hunter, out in the middle. Batted 3 last game. Didn't last very long. Off the mark today. Yeah. Very nicely controlled that by Amy Hunter. Made the 12 off 12 balls in game 1 before she was caught behind off the bowling of Silver Seegers. Dutch will be very, very happy to get a player of Gabby Lewis's quality out.
She's outstanding, isn't she? I also saw her bat in Dubai in March for a fair break, and she's so good and so athletic. I think the Dutch will be very, very pleased to get rid of her.
Yeah, positive change made by Bet Delater. Could have stuck with Van den Woning to give her one more over, give her one more chance, but a good opportunity to get Another seamer in, and Overdyke's been very good. Nicely fielded there by Juliet Post. Came around quite quickly and delaying any opportunity for a single. And now going past the outside edge, just sort of slanting across the left-hander. Just nipping away. That'll end the over. A successful one for the Dutch. 39 for 1. Iris Villing to bowl her 5th. Pitched up and defended into the offside by Amy Hunter. Lovely breeze coming across the ground now. Full toss and bunted only as far as extra cover. A little bit messy, but nonetheless no run taken.
That looked funny, didn't it?
Yeah, slightly odd, but such is the way of the world. Nicely bowled again by Zvilling. Really been impressed with her over these 2 days. Amy Hunter, only 16 years of age, into her 6th ODI, has 100 under her belt, averaging 28, striking at 88.6, so clearly a prodigious talent for the Irish. Nicely bowled by Zvilling, slightly straighter, and Hunter considering trying to put that ball through the leg side, but just stood up on her and sort of just started to leave her and defended it quite nicely in the end. Yeah, what a prodigious talent. 16 years and 317 days old. Oh, a bit
Super
more
talent, yeah.
Yeah, prodigious swing there by Zvilling.
Maybe even more so than in the first overs, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one really went. Generally happens though with the white ball. The bowl it further outside of stump, it does tend to swing because your arm comes down on a different line. When you try and push that ball straighter, it does only swing just a little bit. Aggressive option taken by Hunter. He'll go one bounce for 4.
That is a really brave shot.
Over pitched by Zvilling. Not a bad ball by any means. But Hunter taking the aggressive option and hitting it hard down the ground for 4. Into the over. Only the boundary from it. 43 for 1 after 9 overs. Off. Patrick, that shot from the last over from Amy Hunter was very, very impressive, and Leah Paul seems to have gone, oh, I like that option. I'm going to try and hit the ball hard too.
Yes. What I liked about it is the that it was a very brave shot. She's only 16 years old, but she has already delivered, which is fantastic for the Irish. Having said that, you said earlier that they have missed out a bit on over pitch deliveries and full tosses in particular, which I think is spot on. They hit them to fielders instead of placing them between them.
Dab to point, and Riker tries to pull off a run out, but quite safely through.
It's the match center one.
Okay. Overdyke to continue. Van den Woning slightly out of position there. Yeah, Van den Woning slightly out of position there, and Overdyke offline with that one. My co-commentator Patrick Delaney just popping over to the scorer's box because on the KNCB live match centre it's got Laura Delaney coming in at number 3, but actually it is young Amy Hunter who is on strike here. 2 straight once more, and Overdyke just guilty of not completing her action a little. Slowly more people meandering into the VRA ground today. Like mentioned earlier, the quite warm, a little bit wider, and nicely fielded by Riker at point. The Dutch electing to bowl first today. Speaking of Shane Dietz, just after the toss, he was very happy with that. He would have preferred to bowl first on game 1 as well, but it was a good opportunity for the girls to get out there today and really show their skills in the bowling department. Probably the stronger of their two main facets of the game. They are missing, obviously, Stera Carlos, who's been an exceptional batter for the Dutch over recent years, as to current captain Heather Seegers, also out injured. Hopefully we'll have Heather join us on commentary later this morning as Ruud Kallinthrax kindly delivers me a nice ham cheese tossy, the first one of the day. That will end the power play. 46 for 1 after 10. Iris Villing. Bowler's 6th over. Loud call of yes by Leopold. 3 times, in fact. They only get the 1 run, though. Patrick, great to see the national women's team getting some ODIs under their belt this year. So generally been quite a quiet summer for them. So nice to be able to get them some cricket under their belt.
Yes, definitely. They were absolutely over the moon when they got that ODI status, which I think is a result of the things happening around the World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe at the time. Ooh, look at that.
Lovely shot by Hunter. Just come out and meant business. Bit fuller and too wide. Banged over extra cover 4. Shot of authority again.
fantastic shot. Again, the bravery is key. Have to dare to hit it over the midfield or the infield.
Better from Zwilling. Straighter lines. Force the batter to take the ball off the stumps.
Would you agree that it's pretty much a front foot wicket because it's the same strip as the day before yesterday?
Yep, spoke to the groundsman, Terry and Benno, the two groundsmen. Full, and that's over pitch, and Zwilling just a little bit guilty of a tired delivery there, and Van den Woning comes all the way around from mid-off. Keeps it to 2. Zwilling just looking a little bit tired in this last over, a little bit full and wide previously, now over pitched and straight. Have to be right on it here to finish a spell. You'd expect Babette Delaney to make a change to the scene, maybe look to bring Caroline de Lange into the attack, or Silver Seegers. Mid off very tight there. Van den Woning very close to the extra cover of Ava Lynch. Short, wide, cut away. Tracking across this boundary, and it will hit the rope. 4 more to the total. Expensive over. Sort of ruined Iris Zwilling's spell, that. After 11 overs. 57 for 1 after 11. Great spirit out there for the Dutch. Overdijk continues from the Mulder end. Silver Seegers providing the encouragement from cover. Patrick, the Dutch probably just guilty of giving Iris Zwilling 1 too many overs.
Yes, I think so. Maybe the original game plan was a bit different, I'm not sure, but I would have certainly stopped after 5. Because it will give you many more options later on in the game. The famous 1 over too many. Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah, you feel like the bowler's going very well. Rolling along. Had bowled 5 overs for 20 runs. Finishes with 6 overs for 31. So, whilst very respectable figures, you do feel like did look quite tired, over pitched and crunched through the cover point region. Beautiful shot there by the right-handed Hunter. She looks in very ominous form today for the Irish. Another great shot, yeah. Patrick. Yeah,
she does. She's from the word go. She's been aggressive, and she has handled the over pitch delivery in particular with authority.
Down to third man for 1. Yeah, I got a very good view of the field, and you can see Iris Zwilling is definitely feeling it after those 6 overs. Very warm out there. Like I said, it's already 27 degrees out here in the middle, and that humidity to bowl with early on is quite a challenge. So, hands on hips quite regularly in between deliveries. Loud call by Leopold. Bangs the batter on the back of the head. So I assume there will be a concussion protocol come in, because that did clock young Amy Hunter on the back of the head.
Or maybe just on the back. It was hard to see, wasn't it?
Yep, Nathan Barthy coming down to check that. But nope, no concussion protocols needed here. Hunter gets up with very little fuss and continues on. The Dutch still operating with only 2 fielders outside the inner ring. Good finish. Overdyke, a better length to finish the over. 64 for 1 after 12 overs. Well, Patrick, we called for spin here on the commentary position, and we've got it. Ava Lynch into the attack.
Yeah, the off spinner. So it won't allow the left-hander to play with the spin. It's a good option for now.
Over-pitched and Funton warning. Slight fumble at mid-on there. Allows the batters to get through for a single. Leopold doing a great job. Just ticking along at the other end. Amy Hunter's come out with a lot of intent. 20 not out, but I like the way Leopold's gone about it. Being very solid in defence and look to pick up singles where possible. Again, if the Irish bat 50 overs, they'll have a lot of work to do. Hunter to face her ball from the spin of Ava Lynch. Over pitch delivery, just chopped as far as backward point. The Dutch only operating with 2 out on the boundary. Deep forward square and a deep cover. And that ball will go as far as deep cover. Frederick Overdyke speeding in. That ball, never seen someone run so fast at a cricket ball, Patrick. It does slightly concern me from time to time that she'll run past one, but yet to see it.
Particularly when you don't really have to attack it. I mean, it was a single all the way, so why take that risk? But having said that, it was a fantastic return, wasn't it? He's maybe the best thrower in the team, together with one returning the ball now, Silver Seahawks, which is why they are obviously fielding in the position that they do.
Yep, indeed. Those are those 2 fielders outside on either side of the boundary. Both the last 2 deliveries going out to deep cover. I'd like to see the spinner attack the stumps a bit more. Been too wide so far. Better. Bit more at the stumps. Nicely played by Hunter behind point. Irish cruising along here.
At a certain stage, the Netherlands had restricted them to, let's say, about 5 and over, but it's getting a bit worse now for them.
Dot ball to finish the over. 68 for 1 after 13. double spin for the Dutch. Silver Seegers got a double on Monday. Returning from that Mulder end once more. Short, hits the pad, and Amy Hunter trapped in front, right back on her stumps, and Nitin Barthy not worried at all with anything there. Finger went straight up. Second wicket for the Dutch, and Silver Seegers strikes first ball.
We've been asking for a spin for a couple of overs. Well, here it is. It was probably either a top spin or a googly. Wasn't too sure, but maybe we can see it in the replay a bit later.
Yeah, Amy Hunter just guilty of probably just taking her eye slightly off the ball there. Was slightly back of a length, and like I say, didn't look like it turned at all. Just sliding on with the arm. That's what you get with Silver Seegers bowling over the perpendicular. And just probably trying to do too much with that ball, trying to get it too straight. No 45 was in place, so trying to get that a bit finer, and yeah, second wicket, second LBW. The Dutch will be very, very pleased with that, because I tell you what, Amy Hunter looked very impressive. She departed for 22 off 23 deliveries. The Irish now 68 for 2 in the 14th over. Welcome back to VRA Amsterdam, where number 14 and captain Laura Delaney has made her way to the crease after the wicket of Amy Hunter. And Delaney fell first ball to Silver Seegers on Monday, so great matchup already to start here, Patrick.
It's a great contest, isn't it? Silver Seegers was exceptional Monday, bowling 2 for 10, and she started off brilliantly today, having struck already.
Irish captain off the mark. Nicely driven away for 2 through the covers. Bit fuller and wider from Seegers. Yeah, Silver Seegers challenging that off stump with regularity, and because of the lack of turn that she gets, and that's not a bad thing, I'm not saying that in a bad way, just the ability that she doesn't turn it a lot does mean that batters have to feel like they play a lot of balls. Chopped away, and Riker drops to her knees too quickly there. They won't get away to the boundary, and they will look for 3, and they will take on the throw there.
Good running.
They will get back for 3. Yeah, Riker just probably misjudging that touch. Would have spun off the outfield. Whenever a spinner bowls, you generally see when they play a cut, the ball does, when it pitches, generally turn to the right. So slides off on the outfield. Seegers now with a change in line, will have to bowl to the left-hander. The Dutch now operating with 3 out. A sort of backward square, long leg. Deep forward square leg and a deep cover. End of a successful over for Silver Seagers. Ireland now trundling along. 73 for 2 after 14. Laura Delaney face her first ball from Ava Lynch. Nicely bowled. And asking for it in the previous over, but really like off-spin bowlers to attack the stumps. Lynch guilty in the last over of being too full and too wide to the right-handed Hunter, and then too full and too wide to the left-handed Leah Paul. So, got to be hitting those stumps. You've got 5 on the leg side. You've got to be able to bowl straight. Too straight this time though. Too short, too straight. It doesn't matter if you faced 1 ball, 10 balls or 100 balls. That ball's generally going to get hit for 4. Beautiful shot by the captain. Beautiful shot that, Patrick Delaney.
Well, Ava Lynch tends to do this, unfortunately, from time to time. She bowls 4 balls in a row, spot on, and then suddenly a bit of a buffet ball, as the late Dean Jones would have called it. Help yourself.
Full toss this time. And hit to the other side. And Silver Seagulls do well to cover that. She won't be able to get there. No ball called by square leg umpire Nitin Bharti for going over the waist high. Head of 4, so it will be a free hit. This is exactly what the Dutch wouldn't have been looking for, having picked up a wicket in the previous over. So a free hit now, I believe. Laura Delaney will be looking to take full toll of this. Comes down the wicket, bunts it hard, and Van den Woning does well to stop it. Was straight to it, but hit with immense force by Delaney. Now the fielders return to their original fielding positions, a lot tighter in this inner ring.
It's funny, Pierce, isn't it? I mean, she gets a free hit, gets a half volley, and absolutely hammers it. So why wouldn't you do that when you get a half volley that isn't a free hit? I keep wondering.
Shorter this time, and actually very nicely played by Delaney. On top of the bounce and cuts it away to Overdyke. Bit of a wild throw back in. Yeah, it is an interesting point. The ability to feel like you can't get out is an amazingly freeing thing. To sit there and go, I know I can't get out unless I run myself out here, so I'm going to hit this as hard as I can. Sometimes you see it work, sometimes you see it not work, as the Seagulls come across the field. Here's Villing. Runs the dummy line. Van den Woning does the fielding. And the fielders, and the batters, and the umpires take a well-deserved drink. Patrick, thanks for being on comms. Maybe we'll see you a bit later on in the afternoon.
You're very welcome, Pierce. I'll speak with you later. Thank you.
82 for 2 after 15 as the players take a drink. Welcome back to VRA Amsterdam. 83 for 2 after 15 overs. Leah Paul not out on 17, and Laura Delaney a quite swift 14 from just 11 deliveries to start her innings. Silver Seagers will continue from the Mulder end as the seagulls continue to fly over the top of us. Beautiful day here in Amstelveen. The sun is out. Not many clouds to speak of, and a nice warm day. Yeah, still a little bit of a hold up. Not quite sure what we're waiting for. Nonetheless, I think we're ready to get back underway. Delaney facing Seegers after drinks. Short and skids past the outside edge. And it's a delight, like it was on Monday, to welcome motorcycle riding co-commentator Heather Seegers. Heather, lovely to have you back in the commentary position.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Can't wait to have some good chats with you today.
Yeah. Nicely bowled there by Silver Seegers. Taking the outside edge there, I believe. Laura Delaney, and that's probably one thing that I do think the Dutch could do is get a slip in early to Seegers. He's bowled exceptionally over the last 2 days. Okay, small sample size, but has really been very good with her length for the most part. The Dutch going on the aggressive here. Only the 2 fielders outside the inner ring. Heather, 2 wickets down, 84 runs on the board after 15. Your summation, how would you sum that up, those first 15 overs from a Dutch perspective?
I feel the Dutch weren't very switched on at the start of the game. Gave a lot of runs away, but picked it up quite nicely with some wickets. I think it's important now to keep doing that, take wickets, keep the pressure on the Irish, because if you take the pressure off, they'll take advantage.
Straight again from Seegers, and nicely attacked by Van den Woning there at short 45.
Like, especially at Delaney at this point, since she's relatively fresh in the game, I would like to see a slip, at least at sales bowling. You can see that to the left-hander she's bowling a bit too straight to get that nick in, but to the right-hander, definitely.
That'll end the over. Single taken off the last ball. 85 for 2 after 16. A recall for Caroline De Lange today. Missed out on day 1. Back in the side today. And she takes over from Ava Lynch from the commentary box end. Straight on the money with that first delivery. Heather, Caroline De Lange has been a very good performer for the Dutch over the last few years, and good to see her back on the side today.
Yeah, I think with Caroline, what you can expect from her is good line and length, no weird things, consistent. It's a nice bowler you can count on to stick to the plan.
Love to see one of those offside fielders come over to the leg side. Currently 5-4 on the offside. Van Bolger a bit guilty of not attacking the ball there, and whilst it was hit hard by Paul and she went on the call, on the shot, feels like Van Bolger maybe could have taken a stride to attack that ball and put some doubt in the mind. Nonetheless, another single taken. What I mean by having 5 on the left-handers offside is DeLunga, as a leg spin, will be turning the ball into the bat of the left-hander. So, as you see it, your left-hand side of the field should generally have 5 fielders on that side, because that's the side that the ball generally spins to. Has that field now, beautifully bowled there by DeLunga. Heather talked about it off air just before, but the Dutch probably just a tad defensive with their tactics. No catcher in, just a lot of fielders that are hanging on the ring or saving one as that ball goes past the outside edge. Would you like to see a slip in?
Yeah, I would, especially now with Caroline to the right-hander. That's relatively new. Get a slip in, maybe push your cover in a bit, put a bit more pressure back on them, because now they're just trying to avoid high scoring runs, but if you don't take wickets, you're going to get those runs anyway, so a bit more pressure would be nice.
Nice over from DeLunga to start. After 17, 86 for 2. Apologies, after 17, 86 for 2. Seegers to continue. Paul coming down the wicket. Better fielding by Van Bolger there at the middle, and you could see ball was hit, attacked it, negated a run. Need to see more of that today. Quite warm out there for both batters and fielders. Again, attacked, no run. Good intent by Leopold. Just come out positive mindset. Down the wicket once more. DeLunga can't get down. Van Bolger does the chase. We're looking to get rid of it early. Does very well to negate that third run. DeLunga been guilty a couple of times early on off Zwilling's bowling here at mid-off. Missed that. Missed one earlier, and now that one. Really need all the Dutch fielders to be on song here today if they can have any chance of restricting the Irish to a score that could potentially be chaseable in the afternoon. Missing effect once more. And a slight misfield. Change in intent by Leopold here, Heather.
Yeah, I think she's had a few overs to get her eye in. I think at this point only two batters down. You can start trying as an opener. Yes. Get those runs up.
Yeah, the 22-year-old out of Dublin. And her 13th ODI. Has played 26 T20s alongside that. Delaney now on strike to Seegers. Bit straight, but only as far as mid-wicket. Loud appeal by the Dutch, but not given as Gwen Blumen walks in front of us. Around the outfield, left out today in place of DeLunga. That'll end the over. 88 for 2 after 18. the call of let's get a wicket from Frederik Overdijk at the deep mid-wicket boundary as DeLange continues. Leopold looking very confident now, using her feet almost every ball. Slightly loose throw, but won't cost the Dutch any runs. Heather, did you get out and have a look at the pitch before the start of the game today?
No, I didn't.
No? Okay, well then I won't ask you any questions about it.
Did you?
I did, actually. Nice fielding there by Lynch. Again, a slightly rogue throw from about 4 metres from the stumps. Misses the stumps, and good work from Zvilling behind on the backing up. Yep, same wicket as game one. Did look a lot harder, and I think it will aid the spinners a bit more today. Feet used by Delaney, only as far as Van Bulger at mid-on. Nicely fielded. Yeah, I'd expect the spinners to do a lot of work for the Irish later on this afternoon. Obviously, Dempsey and Arlene Kelly bowled very well up front, but I think you'll see the likes of Cara Murray continue, and that's a great shot by Laura Delaney. Mid-off up in the ring. 2 steps down the wicket and away for 4. Beautiful shot there, Heather Seegers.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I think they've been hitting the fielders a lot in the past few overs, so powerful shots, but you don't get anything if you hit it straight to the fielder. I think they'll be a bit frustrated with that.
Yeah, they have been a little bit guilty of hitting the balls hard to mid-on and mid-off, and they have missed out on quite a lot of full tosses or half volleys through the majority of this innings. So there's a very nice shot there by Delaney. No change on the field, and use of the feet again. I feel like DeLange's got to do better there. That's got to be a ball for her to stop, especially once this mid-off fielder ends up going back at some point through the innings. Just the 2 fielders on the boundary, deep square leg and deep cover. And Overdijk is a good 10 metres off the boundary, but it wouldn't have made any difference. That goes through extra cover, a drag down by DeLange. And it goes away for 4. It will bring the 100 up, I believe. I could be mistaken. As the over comes to an end. Maybe not. 98 for 2. Use of the feet again by Leopold. It's a great shot down the ground. Beats mid-off this time on the inside. They'll race away for 4. It's a loud cheers from the Irish bench. Excellent shot. Dutch have to be aware to this. Babette de Later as the captain has to see that the Irish are trying to put a charge on here. Maybe one of those straight fielders has to drop off. No change to the field as such just yet. Shorter this time and misfielded by Jolien van Vliet. And they're looking for 2. Won't get it. Heather, the Dutch have to be aware of this game situation, because at the moment the Irish are looking ominous for a score well above 260.
Yeah, I think at this point you have to make a choice. Am I going to defend? Am I going to attack? I think to Leopold you would drop your straight one, give her the single, frustrate her by not letting her make any runs, and maybe get her out that way. They have to start coming up with a plan and be smart about what they do, because at the moment they're just going through the motions.
Nicely played there by Delaney. Seeger's offline. Got to continue to hit the stumps. Got 5 on the leg side. And you have to bowl straight as a leg spinner. If you need that extra protection, you need to bring another player across. Short and wide again. Nicely fielded by Riker. To be fair, Seegers has got away with one there. 5 now on the leg side. And for me, Jolien van Vliet is fielding in a position that is neither here nor there at short square leg. Maybe saves a single from a bad ball. I'd rather see her across in a slip or short third man position, so it allows Seegers to continue to bowl at that off stump line. Over pitched and cover driven. Our field isn't particularly quick, as we mentioned. I think that's a great piece of fielding out there by Ava Lynch. Well backed up by Iris Villing, but they will get back for 3 runs. Heather and the Dutch neither here nor there with what they're trying to do at the moment. It sort of just almost feels like they're still in the power play by only using 2 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, I think the field positions could be a bit more optimal, like what you see with to the right-hander with third man boundary is really unnecessary. They haven't swept a single ball yet, so you'd be better off putting them either offside or bringing them up, stopping the single. But I don't see any balls going there, so it's a wasted fielder.
Irish coaches on another lap. Must be the 3rd time I've seen them come in front of the commentary box today. Clearly a long day. $20 overs gone. 109 for 2. Dual leg spin in play at the moment for the Dutch. Maybe a change to a seamer. Just break this sort of spin glutton at the moment, just to get the batters just thinking about something a little bit different. 5 now on the leg side for DeLonge. Only the 1 fielder on the boundary though. Expect Paul to come down the wicket again. Yep, there it is. It's always a run. Actually very well fielded in the end by Van Boge, having to work away to her right.
Yeah, I would like to see her to just throw the ball back into the hands, because having a shy at the stumps when the batter is already in is only risky. You don't gain anything out of that. Like, they need to switch on, be a bit smarter about what they're doing.
Change in line for the deep fielder out on the offside. Overdyke brought it a little bit straighter now by DeLonge. Nicely bowled. And I think the Dutch spinners here have just been guilty of just being a little bit too short or a bit too full or a bit too wide or a bit too straight. Lack of consistency has allowed the Irish to score quite quickly. So, again, not enough balls put in a good area for the spinners. That's going to be overpitched, and I don't care what level of cricket you're playing. That could be Saturday afternoon Zami cricket. They're going to absolutely tee off into that one. No call of no ball from Nitin Bharti. It goes away for 4. Too full there, Heather Seegers.
A little bit.
Understatement. I like it. If you were a bit later in this position, what are you looking to do? Are you looking to change the bowling? Are you looking to change fields? Where do you go with this sort of situation? Nicely bowled.
First thing I would do is make sure that Leopold stays off strike. To frustrate her. What they're doing now is good. They're protecting the over by putting out 2 extra boundary fielders. Change up the bowling. I sometimes like to have a different bowling every single over, just to confuse the batters.
Nice fielding by Van den Moning at mid-off.
You can't keep doing the same and expecting different results. That makes no sense. So change the bowling, change something, because now nothing's happening. Maybe get Iris back, Swilling back.
Pitched up. Lazy from DeLange. Sorry, but it has to be said. Got to stop those. Every run is critical at this stage of the game. It ends the over. 21 done. 116 or 117. Scoreboard isn't updating. Either way, they're 2 down after 21 overs. Silver Seegers will continue from the Mulder end. And Leopold looking very comfortable. The Dutch have made a fielding change though. They've brought up deep cover and pushed out deep mid-wicket where Irish Villing will be stationed. Robina Riker at deep backward square leg, and the long off is also out. Loud call of 2 by the captain, Laura Delaney. But only the one taken. Nice fielding there by Riker. Attacked the ball early and negated any opportunity of a 2. I was speaking to Patrick Delaney earlier, Heather, about the fact that it's really nice to be able to get the girls some cricket, because it has been quite a quiet summer in terms of fixtures. Obviously the opportunity to go away to Thailand later in the year, but no cricket this summer for the girls, so nice to get out there and playing some ODIs for these girls.
Yeah, it is. I think with the Dutch team, we don't get a lot of experience as a team. We do have our domestic competition, but it's completely different level. So this game experience is invaluable.
So we apologise for the live stream and the live scoring going down online. We can tell you it is 118 for 2. The scoring app has gone down. Nicely fielded by Seegers. So we'll just continue to update you as and when. Currently Leopold on 32 not out. Laura Delaney 34 not out. Hopefully that we can keep you up to date as much as possible. Another single for Paul. And to be fair, the Irish doing it very comfortably at the moment.
What I don't like about this field setting is that there are so many opportunities to just get off strike. There's no pressure anywhere.
Full toss, Mel turned into a full toss. Nicely fielded by Van Bolke. That will end the over. 22 overs gone. 119 for 2. Nice breeze coming across the ground. As Delaney will continue. From the position Ireland's in here, Heather, what do you see them looking as a par score? What will they be looking to get to from this situation? 119 for 2 after 22.2 overs.
At this rate, comfortably 300. You can kind of double your score after 30, so yeah, 300.
So do you reckon that's what they're looking at? Looking to score another 180 odd off the final 20 overs. Beautiful shot there by Paul. Goes past Van Bolger. Van den Woning does a great job. Subs that ball inside the rope. Loud call of 3, but good teamwork there by 2 young Dutch players, Van Bolger and Van den Woning. Saves a single. Nice fielding there, Heather.
Yeah, it's good to keep it in the line. Looked a bit painful, but she got the job done.
Yeah, definitely hit the ground hard, but that's what you want from your fielders. Body on the line stuff. Every run could be critical. Cut off the stumps this time. The Dutch should be encouraged by that. Nicely bowled by Delaney. I'm not quite sure. I don't quite agree with this option of having the long on back. Delaney's not once looked to take the ball over long on. She has looked to take the ball over long off with the turn. So I'd rather have long off go back and force her if she wants that boundary, try and go against the turn over long on. Shorter this time and top spinner. Nice ball to finish the over. 122 for 2 after 23. Robin Schmidt going past us. Netherlands under-19s player at the recent Euro qualifiers. Unfortunately, the Dutch girls going down to the Scots, but good opportunity for them to play some international cricket. We're going to see the Seegers continue into her 6th over. Not much changing here for the Dutch. Nicely tucked away off the hip by Leah Paul. Riker with the one-handed pickup. Slightly rogue option. And the backing up isn't great, but nonetheless, no crisis was averted. An extra run taken.
Yeah, at this point I would like to see any other bowler just to change it up. Try something new because yes, they're bowling tight with a few loose balls, but there's no pressure, there's no opportunities happening at the moment. You need to try something, because otherwise you'll be here all day.
Short and cut away, but nicely stopped by point fielder Robin Riker. Netherlands assistant coach Peter Saylor wandering down and front of us here in our commentary position, joining the squad for this 3-match ODI series. He's very excited to be involved with the women's team during this week, being able to offer his voice to the glutton of spin that they have in the squad. Drake Needham, Excelsior men's head coach, also joining the head coach Shane Dietz, and physio Lara Nicot as well. Wrong in this time by Seegers. Two very different leg spinners, DeLunger and Seegers. Seegers more over the perpendicular, so allowing that extra bit of bounce and a bit more of a turning wrongin. DeLunger more of a natural and more of a classical leg spinner. Van Bolke gets the throw off, but Paul well home. Peter Saylor very happy with that one in front of us as the over comes to an end. 125 for 2 after 24 overs. Nice shot down the ground by Leopold. She move on to 44 with that boundary. Over pitch there by DeLunger, but a beautiful shot coming down the wicket. That will prompt a change in the field. Heather, long on going out.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision because the long off needs to stay in for that single. She hasn't tried to go over there yet.
Long on, very straight here and a couple of metres off the rope. Potentially sensing a catching opportunity. And there is that long on coming into play. Annemijn van Bolge, opening batter, part-time off spinner. Really starting to warm up out there. You see the Irish batters calling for another drink. It has been quite warm here in the Netherlands this summer, Heather. Some great weather.
Yeah, great weather. Global warming. Very. Let's not touch on that one.
No, there's a different
let's leave
program.
that
That
there.
it's a
Let's
different
leave it
podcast.
But it's nice sometimes when you have to do stuff or play or train or run and it's 35 degrees. It's not nice.
No, only the one really hot day this year in the Netherlands, if we're honest. Got up to 41 degrees, I think. Sat in the pool all day. But otherwise, just a nice
Holland
28 degrees.
Holland isn't built for heat.
No.
No one
Lot
has
of
an AC.
lot of trees. No one has air conditioning. It's not really a thing, is it?
Nope. We're not equipped for it.
We just overheat. Then we complain that it's too warm. I've never heard of something so ridiculous. DeLunger finishes another over. The Irish, as we've mentioned a few times, just cruising. 134 for 2 after 25 overs. Those batters will go grab another drink. Leopold, 46 not out. Looking very, very comfortable at the crease. And Captain Laura Delaney, 36 not out. Paul off 74 deliveries and Laura Delaney off 35, so striking it over 100 runs per 100 balls. Halfway through this innings, double your score. You're looking at a fair few, nigh on 270. But like you mentioned earlier on, Heather Seegers, that 30 over mark generally looking to double your score. And I think for some of our viewers, they might not quite know, but power plays are slightly different in the women's game to the men's game. So there is a batting power play to be taken, I believe.
Yeah, you can take that at any point in the game. So, I believe.
Is that
5
before the
overs?
40th over?
Before the 40th
Yeah.
over, yeah. If you haven't taken it, then the umpire just
Automatically calls it, I suppose, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it has to be taken. Seegers hits the pad, but looked a little bit straight and probably sliding down. Got a little bit of turn there. Leopold probably just needing to switch back on after that short drinks break.
Yeah, I think if I was Ireland at this point, I would take my power play. Because you have 2 batters set hitting their shots. You should capitalize on that right now.
Good effort there by Seegers, but only partially stops it, and batters get through for a single. Yeah, for me, I'd still hold off. The Dutch haven't got to the point where both batters have 4 out regularly. I think as soon as that opportunity arises where you see the Dutch regularly with 4 fielders out, then yes, I definitely would be. Slightly odd field this. The Dutch now going with 3 fielders behind point on the offside. Only 3 fielders on the leg side, so Seegers has to bowl outside of stump. Can't afford to be straight. Has to be there, but Riker probably just a touch out of reach. Overdyke having to come back and gets the throw off, and she may have the best throw in the Dutch team, but when you've got to throw a 70-metre throw on the angle, you're always going to take on the arm. That breeze coming through nicely at the moment, Heather. It was getting a bit warm in here.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think the field isn't much different than what we used to have. I think when you bowl it outside of spinning away at double points, is usually effective. Especially when you're looking to reduce runs. But it's not going to create wicket opportunities now.
Leopold with that single moves on to 48. Yeah, slightly odd field. 3
I still
fielders behind
understand
point.
the third man boundary.
Fine leg boundary.
Fine leg, sorry.
No,
Fine
it's
leg
alright.
boundary.
Left hand, right hand partnership. It's always confusing, but yeah, very odd field. So just for the people that are viewing with us, we have now a long on, a square leg, and a fine leg. The fielders on the leg side. Mid off, extra cover, backward point, another backward point, and a very fine short third man. Very, very obscure field. Personally, I don't think I've ever seen this in cricket. The fielder out on the boundary is a deep cover. But this was forcing Seegers to bowl outside of stump and probably take away her natural talent, which is hitting that off stump. She's had LBWs and caught behind by being so tight to the stumps, now having to bowl a lot further outside of stump. Gets away with it nonetheless. Another over ticks by. 139 for 2 after 26 overs. We've asked for a change of bowling here, the Seegers, and we're going to see it. We're going to see Frederick Overdyke take over from Caroline Delaney. From here, the commentary box end. Delaney finishing first spell with 5 overs, none for 29. And Overdyke coming back into the attack. A successful in her first spell, getting the first wicket. Gabby Lewis, LBW. Change of ends. 4 overs, none for 16 that first spell. Let's see if it's a good change for the Dutch. Only 2 fielders on the boundary once more. Good work there by Delaney. Aware to the ball coming off the pad and scampering away to stop the single. Good change. Happy with the change? There's a bit more of a smile on your face, I think. Maybe?
Yeah, something's happening. Still a bit confused by the field, but baby steps.
Robina Riker trying to rouse the troops on the field. This is one of those periods of the game where you can just go missing a little bit, so the whole side has to be on here if they're going to be able to compete with the Irish here, as that ball's gone behind square and Silver Seegers bowling 7 overs and then being asked to run 20 metres to her left, and that'll be 50 for Leopold. Batted exceptionally this morning. She goes to her 50 off just 78 deliveries. 3 boundaries. Looked really, really good today. Very organised at the top of the order. The Irish stand and applaud her. And I tell you what, she'll feel like this is a great day to double up and get that first ODI 100. On the sweep this time and beats Van den Moning. Silver Seegers goes for the football slide tackle option, and that will go between the gap and away for 4. Overdyke just over pitching and down the leg side, and really nice shot there by Leopold, and very well batted as well.
Yeah, she's been very clinical today. No big risks, just nice and easy getting her runs. It's very impressive.
Pitched up and straight into the wicket, so whilst Terry the groundsman sits to my right and gives it a bit of an ooh, that was definitely not a catching opportunity. Just a very excitable groundsman. Better from Overdyke though. Straighter. Trying to bowl into those gloves of Babette Delaney. And we've seen it a bit today. When the Dutch have bowled wise, they get into this really odd position of they just get a bit slingy with their action. So they're trying to be able to push the ball across. Yeah, just push that ball across. Without further ado, Terry the groundsman, he heads off. He knows he's made an error trying to call a caught and bowled. It's clearly been a long day. But yeah, we've seen today that when the Dutch seamers have made an error, they've generally tried to push that ball down the leg side and they sort of shoulder the ball and their arm gets a little bit low. Got to remain nice and tall. Again, don't bowl to left-handers a lot. Patrick Delaney made a big point of it earlier on in commentary. They don't really bowl there. No point in place now. 5 on the leg side. Oh, we'll see a change. Ava Lynch will drop into a backward point and Iris Villing will come up into the ring. Far better field. I'd still put Isabel van den Moning down to a third man. Don't see her stopping a run there at short third man at this stage of the game. Finally, third man. Finally, deep square. The field is out alongside the deep cover. And Delaney safely fields that. That ends the over. 147 for 2. Silver Seagers, 8th over. 8 overs unchanged from the Mulder end. Has bowled well, only gone for the 32 in her 7 overs. Got that wicket of Amy Hunter first ball, so I expected her to get on a bit of a roll, but Irish batters have negated her well. Played very, very nicely. No opportunities coming in the recent past. My co-commentator seemed to be getting frustrated, really wanting something to happen from a Dutch perspective.
Yeah, I think I would like Sil to take a pause and get someone else bowling from that end just to change it up a bit.
Short. And that spin off the deck once again doing for Rabin Reichert. And Juliet Post, not the strongest of arms, from just outside the inner ring, and that will allow the Irish batters to get 2 runs. It's looking ominous here for the Dutch. There's not a lot happening in terms of wicket-taking options. Shorter and just chopped to backward point. Really like to see Delaney look to put that through point with a bit more of intent behind it. That chop not really giving her the runs that she probably wants. Knowing that the ball's generally got to be outside off stump with 5 fielders on that offside. Better shot there and a little bit of a bad bounce for Ava Lynch. 2 more for the captain, Laura Delaney. I spoke to Laura after game 1 and she said she was very disappointed in the batting unit. Expected them to be able to bat longer and take their time at the crease. Okay, a couple of them got a couple of good balls, but really expected more from her batting lineup. So she's taken that advice to heart from herself. Looked very good, and so too is Leah Paul.
I think both teams were very disappointed with batting line performance that day. I mean, the Irish did get over the line, but probably not how they would have wanted to. Not as clinical as they are batting right now. Hopefully the Dutch can show a bit of batting discipline and power today.
With that in mind, bring the over to an end. 152 for 2. Live scoring of one of our live scoring apps has gone down, so don't know if that's what you're seeing on the screen there. And I have to have a look for myself, I suppose. Frederick Overdyke back into the attack. And a hand thrown out. Delanga can't get a hand to it. Van Boker tries her best to get to it. Can't get it. That will go away for 4. Frederick Overdyke telling herself that was a drop catch. Yeah, so yeah, we'll try and update you as much as possible on what the score is. So the Irish are 156 for 2 in the first ball of the 29th over. Leah Paul with that boundary moving on to 60. Delaney on 42. Better from Overdyke. Tough chance that, but probably one they needed to take if they were to get themselves back in this fixture, Heather.
Yeah, we kind of got a rule. If you touch it, it's a drop. So, yeah, she touched it.
Tough school. Tough school. Short, top edged. Seegers coming in. Drops into no man's land and 1 run taken.
It's good to see some opportunities being created now. Let's hope they can take one.
And pleased to say that also the Crick Info scorecard's gone down, so I'm pleased that we've still got the big live scoreboard here at VRA, so I can keep a tab on what's going on. Full and straight, over pitched. Delaney will be frustrated with herself to miss out on that. It's meat and drink for any batter, those full tosses on the legs, but Zwilling does the tidy up work quite nicely. 157 for 2 now. Smattering of support again here today at VRA. Expecting a few more people to come into the ground this afternoon. Lovely shot there by Delaney, over pitched from Overdyke and driven away for 2. Good backing up there via Zwilling. Delaney will move on to 44 now. Score moves on to 159. Guided to short third man. Silver Seegers does the fielding. They'll end the over. 29 gone. 159 for 2. Silver Seegers, 9th over. Expected to bowl her 10 straight through the middle here. Leopold hits it as far as Van Bolker, and Heather Seegers, their chance.
Yeah, that was definitely a chance.
Hit hard by Leopold, but straight to Van Bolker, and almost looked like she thought it was going to drop short of her. I believe it just carried. Missed opportunity by the Dutch. Delaney chopping away once more. No run.
I think this is what makes the difference, like taking your opportunities. The Irish did yesterday, 2 days ago, and we don't. And then you allow batters to get settled, make big scores. You make your life very hard.
Nicely bowled by Seegers, but unfortunately, fielders just on their heels a little bit here. Definitely one of those situations where you can just get sucked into just meandering through the overs. When you're meandering through the overs, you're just not quite as alert as what you are when you're right on it. Short this time and punched out to deep mid-wicket. I think what we've seen today from an Irish perspective is some really, really good batting. Leopold now moving on to 63 has just been very patient. Not really given a chance. Just batted very sensibly, hit the gaps and just ticked over. Not tried to play any expensive shots, and it's something that the Dutch can take moving forward as well. Just the ability to just bat for a long period of time. And then for Delaney, very, very similar. She scored just a little bit quicker. 45 not out of 50 deliveries. Probably taken a little bit more risk in terms of scoring 5 boundaries. Being a bit more proactive. Off the foot of Ava Lynch. And that'll be 30 overs done. 163 for 2. And it looks like we're going to have a drink. Here are the Seegers. You're probably done in the comment box by the looks.
Yeah, I'm off.
Thank you for your time, Heather. Maybe we'll see you on Friday. You and me, one more tilt.
Who knows?
Maybe the second innings. We'll see how we go. Heather, thanks very much for your time. Frederick Overdyke to continue. Short and wide, and Delaney misses out on that. Scores 163 for 2 after 30. Live scoring obviously down at the bottom of your screen, so do our best to update you as and when's required. Leah Paul, 63 not out. Laura Delaney on strike, 46 not out, looking to get to ODI 50. Over pitch and away through backward point. Silver Seagers gives chase. Won't stop them getting 2. Laura Delaney with a higher score of 88. Been captain for a while now. The 29-year-old. Into her 45th ODI. On to 48 now, after that 2 through backward point. And I'm joined in co-commentary for a little 5 over stint by Coco. Coco, lovely to see you, my dear.
Thank you, Piers.
What a lovely Amsterdam afternoon.
It truly is. Lovely scenes here at the Amsterdamse Bos at VRA.
Delaney chopping away to point once more. Your home club,
Yes,
VRA,
it is.
isn't it?
Yes, since this year, playing at VRA. Lovely facilities, top of the notch coaches, Peter Boren. So really, really wonderful playing here.
4 fielders out now. Long on dropping back. Deep square leg, fire leg, and deep cover. The fielders out. Pitched up, and that will move Delaney on to 49. The Dutch working away here. Yeah, you say that. Been a few internationals here this summer. The West Indies and England here earlier this year. And now a great honour to host the women as well, versus Ireland.
Yes, exactly. Lovely to see Ireland here as well, that it's not only the summer of cricket for the men, but also for the ladies. We played Namibia earlier this year, not at VRA though. And later, next week, we're going to play fair break here as well. So preparing one of our pitches for that as well here on the grass wicket.
Brings the over to a close. Irish cruising along. 167 for 2 after 31. Silver Seagers to bowl her 10th and final over. That will be a wide down the leg side, and Van den Moning gives chase, but will be able to catch up with that one, and there'll be 5 wides. I was about to say that Silver Seagers has bowled very well today, and whilst that wide doesn't tell the full story, has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 40. There'll be 9 overs, 1 for 45. A little bit of cloud coming across the ground. I'm sure the fielders won't be minding that at all. It has been very warm out there today. Hey, Paul, that's it as far as Van Belcher at mid-on. Another single to the score. 173 now. Leah Paul moves on to 65. Yeah, what a great opportunity to have fair break here next week. They're up in Scotland this week, I believe, so then coming across the sea to come and see us here in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I think it's a really lovely opportunity for the girls to again play against an opponent with a different type of level than we see here in general competition in the Netherlands.
Be 50 for Laura Delaney. First ball duck on Monday. Said to me after the game that she expects better from her batters. She's led the way with that again. 50 off just 58 balls. 5 boundaries. Been very, very good. Continue on, talk about this fair break. Again, the girls getting a higher level of cricket, being able to be able to play more cricket at a higher level.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. You see it more and more. Like the men, they have their big bash, and then it was soon followed by the women, and also with some Premier Leagues, the 100 now having women's teams as well. It's really good to see that even though maybe in the Netherlands not so much, worldwide, women's cricket is definitely getting more attention and really growing. So we're very lucky to benefit of that, and off the back of that, play against this Fairbrick team. So really exciting.
Over 100 runs put on between this pair. Cruising along, the two Irish batters. They've looked very, very assured. Paul looking to push for two, and Delaney not with a particularly strong arm there at long on. He'll pick up another two. Yeah, playing Namibia earlier this year, now Ireland, and then Fairbreak, and then they go to Thailand later on in the year. So quite a lot of cricket for the girls in the end. It was been quite quiet at the start of the summer, but it's really starting to ramp up.
Yeah, we're really happy with what the KNCB has been able to put together for us in terms of some nice competition and just some matches for us. Really happy about that, and it's been quite a few 2 years before that, so really happy to get back stuck in there.
Silver Seegers finishes her spell. Only the one wicket today, but to be fair, has worked tirelessly from that Mulder end. Brings the over to an end. 178 for 2 after 32. Changes bowling. I don't mind Van Bolge. I think I said that right. Coco, my Dutch is improving, or at least my pronunciation of Dutch names is improving. Off spinner.
Yeah, so you say Van Boge, but it's actually Van Beuge. So maybe you can try that again.
Van Bolge.
Yeah,
okay, so it's a
better.
little bit more
Really
of a
good.
deep
Yeah.
B. All right. That's good.
Good job.
Something to continue to improve. Going to remain over the wicket to the left-handed Paul. No. I think she just realised that the other batter was left-handed. I mean, she has been out there for 32 overs, so you'd hope that she'd been able to pick that up. Straighter this time. Delaney's going to have to do the fielding. Makes a slight mistake. Goes through her legs, and frustrated with that is Delaney.
Yeah, you just see the energy levels just seem to have dropped after the water break in the field with backing up and such. So hopefully the girls will find some energy back again, maybe from some of the sweets that they had. Maybe the glucose hasn't kicked in yet.
Full toss this time, and Frederick Overdyke makes the dive, but to be fair, she's about 10 metres off the boundary, and Iris Villing comes in behind, and apologies, that's Isabel van den Woning behind her. Can't make the save, and full toss goes away for 4. Leah Paul moves on to 72 now. Dutch very much in a position where they are very vulnerable to probably chasing a score upwards of 340, 350 at this stage. Got to find a way to peg them back. Missed stumping opportunity. Paul looking to be aggressive. Try and hit that ball over Caroline Delaney here at mid-on. And again, slightly perplexed with the field setting. You allowed 4 fielders out, and the Dutch only using 3 with a batter on 72 not out seems slightly obscure. We've seen some very odd fields today by the Dutch, and again, that is a big focus point for them, having spoken to Shane Deep's head coach. More cricketing awareness required. Paul coming down the wicket once more and picking up the easy single. Timid on. Coco, you're involved in the squad, the wider squad.
Yes, correct. Unlucky that I have, I have a stress fracture in my hip currently, so basically haven't been playing all season. So in rehab currently, but hope to be joining the squad again, fit and strong enough for the winter selection for sure, and then hopefully also get to wear the orange kit anytime next year. Would be good.
Yeah, wish you all the best with that recovery. Paul just getting that one over the hand of DeLunga. Didn't get all of it. Did Laura Delaney. That will bring Van Boog's first over to a close. 188 for 2 now after 33 overs. Silver Seekers 10 overs, yielding 51 runs for the 1 wicket that she took off her very first delivery. LBW, she got Amy Hunter. And with that, she completed her 10 over spell, and we're going to see a change in the bowling. Looks like Iris Villing will come back into the attack now. Paul be on strike. Svilling choosing to bowl from our commentary box end earlier today. Bowled very well from this end earlier on. Now returning from the Mulder end. He's got a lot of work to do. Bowled very well in game 1. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. Had been brought back in by Captain Babette Delata to pick up the wicket. Hammered, hard, over pitched, not much behind it. It's a very authoritative shot there by Leah Paul. She means business. She's looking for her first ODI 100 today. She moves on to 77. 192 for 2 now in the 34th over. And I tell you what, whilst that boundary's gone, we've seen an absolutely phenomenal thing happen here at the commentary box. Another cheese tossy has come. Bunted away into the offside. Another single. Slight jibe there by head coach Shane Dietz, as he meanders around the ground with assistant coach Jake Needham. Coco, fast bowler yourself, I believe.
I try.
What do you think the Dutch seamers have to do here to be able to, stop the runs or being able to look to take wickets? What do they need to do better?
So what I've been noticing the last few spells of the bowlers is they're quite straight in their bowling. Would be nice to see if they can get it just in that sweet spot back of a length, maybe get a catch in the covers. The batsmen are getting a bit tired. Maybe some catches are in the possibilities here. Their field is quite safe, not that attacking, so maybe they can work on that as well.
Run out opportunity. Nice throw from Van den Moning down here at fine leg, but safely back for 2 leg byes. Yeah, completely agree. I think just on the whole, the Dutch have just been a little bit inconsistent, both line length.
Yeah, it would be nice to see them try and tease the Irish into playing what they want them to play instead of the Irish really being in control of the game, it seems like now.
Nice return there from Silver Seegers on the boundary. As Waters and Coke seem to start arriving from everyone. Tosti's arrived now, 2 more Waters, Coke. They're very well looked after here at the VRA ground. Alejandro's been absolutely exceptional over the first 2 days. So too Ruud Cowling-Fraks, match manager for the KNCB. Slightly full, but one taken. End of the over. 34 gone, 197 for 2. Annemijn van Belge. Did I say that right this time?
You sure did, Pierce.
Yeah, good. All right, Annemijn van Belge. To continue from the commentary box end. And that's a misfield by Jolien van Vliet, but it'll only cost 1. Leopold will move on to 80. And Coco, you were telling me something about Babette de Leijden.
Yeah, she actually made her ODI debut just as the rest of the Dutch team yesterday. And the interesting fact here is that she also, with that, became the first person ever, male or female, to be wicketkeeper, captain, as well as opening batsman for their team.
Delaney shoveling that through the leg side. Gabby Lewis shouting encouragement from the sideline. Very impressed with these 2 batters. 200 comes up for the Irish. Delaney moving on to 61. Again, Dutch only using 3 fielders out. This time gets the ball on the full, and that's an excellent shot. Over pitch by Van Belke. And the Irish, I think, have gone, let's put the foot down, let's get this score up to 350. Great shot by Delaney. Missed out on Monday, making them pay again today. Down the wicket once more, that's past the Lunger at mid-off. Gabby Lewis will be kind enough to run around and throw it back. And another 4 to the total. Coco, I'm not quite sure what the Dutch are doing here. Only the 3 fielders out are able to use 4 for this 1 over before they take the batting power play.
Yeah, especially as you've seen the batsmen play so many nice straight balls, it would be definitely worth thinking about getting one of your straight fielders out on the boundary.
Better line by Van Belge. Pitching the ball in line with the stumps. Better length as well. Yeah. After this over, we're going to see, to finish the over, we're going to see long on go back. Irish Villing. So now there's the 4 fielders outside. Dabbed away nicely for 1. He'll take Delaney on to 70. She's motoring now. Leopold on to 80. And the score 209 for 2 after 35 overs. Iris Villing to bowl her 8th over. Definitely been the pick of the bowlers for me today. Generally been very good with her line and length. Good young seamer. I like the cut of her jib. As we say, back of the hand slower ball. Who's that up there? I think that's Van Bogen. He'll come back for 2. Nice to see some young girls in the squad as well. Robin van Oostrum.
Yeah, I love Robin to bits. She's a super team player and really promising cricketer. She's looking to go to South Africa as well this year to the Gary Kirsten Academy. So very proud of her in doing that, and really looking forward to see what she can pick up there when she's there.
Yeah, another one to come out of that Netherlands under-19 squad. Great to see them get some international cricket this summer. Okay, it didn't go their way, but the opportunity nonetheless. Chipped in the air. And just over Ava Lynch. Slight misfield by Jolene Van Vliet will allow them to get back for 2, and Delaney gets a life.
Oh, I would have loved to see that go into Ava's hands. It was just a bit too far away. Just a bit too high.
What can't be questioned is the Dutch's commitment to this cause. They've been vocal every over of this first innings. They've got behind their bowler. Chopped into the offside and opportunistic single. And whilst Babette Delaney hits the stumps, Delaney is well home and moves on to 75.
Yeah, the team definitely doesn't lack in team spirit. They've been playing together quite intensely for a while, especially when they haven't been able to play any games. So lots of training opportunities that they've had together, and that really you can tell in the field they've got each other's back. It's really good to see.
One ball left in this over from Zvilling. Punt down the ground, slightly over pitched. Mid on and mid off up in the ring. Free swing through the line and a great shot to end the over. Leopold moves on to 84. And the Irish now rollicking along. 218 after 36. .219 the score now, into the 37th over of the second one-day international. Van Bogen going for 22 in her first 2 overs. Babette Delaney trusting her with a third. Leopold onto 84. Driven as far as extra cover, and Ava Lynch makes an absolute meal of it. Throws the ball at the stumps in disgust, hits the stumps, hits Paul. But at the end of the day, only 1 run taken. And it's good to see that our live scoring is back online, so don't have to hear me call the score every over. Always handy. Nicely bowled. Coco, you've been obviously involved in the Netherlands women's cricket scene as a whole for quite a while.
Yes, correct. I think I started playing when I was around 15, 16, and not too long after I got the opportunity to already start playing with the Dutch women's. Actually did a few tours to England as well, but then moved abroad, and yeah, now since I'm being back, happy to get back stuck in, but there's been quite a break in between, I have to be honest.
Yeah, a very young squad of players here. Must be said, that's going to go past Delaney, and Frederick Overdyke won't be able to get round and cut that off. Gabby Lewis does the fielding once more from beyond the boundary. Another boundary to the Irish. 225 now. And Leah Paul on to 89 and just 7 runs away from matching her highest score in ODI cricket. I'll tell you what, she'll be looking to get another 11 and get that first 100. Robina Riker doing the fielding there at point. Very alert to the quick single opportunity. Ends the over. 225 for 2 after 37.
That was a pretty good over. Not too many from it.
No, it's a bit of length on the whole, wasn't it? More
Yeah.
consistent with a line and length, and it does make it a lot more difficult to score.
Yeah, shame of the boundary, obviously, just getting past the fielder here at mid-off, but otherwise was good bowling. Hopefully they can keep up this flow.
We're going to see a change in the bowling. Iris Villing being held after her 8th over, probably going to be used for a couple more in this last 10 overs, but going back to the leg spin of Caroline Delaney. Bowled on the whole very well today. A couple of poor deliveries from time to time, but has for the most part, especially at the start of her spell, bowled very, very well. To be fair, it's gone without reward today. Down the ground and over Jolene van Vliet at mid-off. Powered away for 4, and the Irish captain moves into the 80s. Great shot that, Coco.
That was a great shot. Played with the spin, great footwork, excellent batting. You'd almost question if she should get the mid-on up and the mid-off out, seeing that.
Bit straighter this time, 2 straight. Wide given by umpire Nissan Barthy. Standing out there, a nice little pink today. Nice to see some of the Netherlands' best umpires out there, and use of the feet again by Delaney. Iris Villing comes around at long on and keeps it to 1, hits the stumps as well.
So earlier we were talking about the pronunciation of some words. Would you say fuchsia or fuchsia? I've heard both.
In terms of what? How would I use that in a sentence?
That's the color of the shirts the umpire are wearing.
And what is
Like
that? What is that
fuchsia?
translated into? Is that English?
Yeah, fuchsia.
Fuchsia.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Are you colorblind? Some men are.
Look, I'm all right. I can see the orange and the green. I can make that distinction. Fuchsia, I'd probably say it is.
Yeah.
Is that the colour you've decided on? Or is that what the umpires told you?
That's what I recognize that color to be.
Ah, okay. Finds the edge.
I
Is
have
the
some
Lange?
friends that say fuchsia. Really weird. But they also, then again, I have some friends that say focaccia instead of focaccia. So,
I
here,
think we're
there you
getting a
go.
little bit off task here. Leopold moves to 90. Let's get back on the cricket. Coco, don't distract me from calling in this second ODI. Word pronunciation, not my best. But they do hire me to just talk a lot. So I'll give the KNCB every word I've got. Talanga's bowled well this over. Okay, that ball went over mid-off for 4, but it wasn't a bad ball by any stretch of the imagination. Slightly shorter in length this time. Juliet Post coming round. Does the tidy up work. Another single to the score. Irish looking to score off basically every delivery here. Looks like there's free runs all over the field. Only the one fielder inside the ring on the leg side, and that's at 45. So all they have to do is get that ball into the leg side, and it's a run. Goes the other way. Really nicely done there by the cover fielder. Chopped just in front of her. Ava Lynch was able to stop it going past her. So top ball. Chopped away. Another single to the score. Left-handed opener Leopold, mover to 91. Laura Delaney on 83. 234 for 2 after 38 overs. Van Bogen to continue. Paul goes hard through the offside, and Iris Villing doing a lot of hard work, running long on to long on out there in the field. Very impressed with her bowling so far in this series. Delaney just taking her time, been out there for quite a while now. These two batters. Leopold the whole inning, so 38 overs of batting for her. Made the point to Robert Van Oostrom in the first game, Coco, but I'm sure you can shed more light on it. The fact that, 11 of these Irish women are full-time contracted players, and the fact that our girls are fully amateur. So, again, a bit of a disparity in that side of the game as it goes down to long off for another single, but a very different challenge for the girls here in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it is definitely a different challenge because although we are really presented with the opportunity to train a lot, sometimes the timings that those trainings are at are really difficult, especially for the girls working full-time. Maybe you have a lecture for the girls that are studying. So it's just really difficult to ask that type of commitment from the girls to be available all the time and present all the time without really getting a return. And we've been speaking about that as well with the KNCB. I'm part of our representatives group inside our women's selection for the Dutch team. There's 4 or 5 of us, and we meet regularly with the KNCB to talk about items that are really dear to us as a team, and try to really get everything working towards the team more, talking about marketing and promotion of our matches, as well as obviously the amount of times that we have strength and conditioning coaching, and sometimes other things as well. Yeah, so it's good.
Another boundary to Delaney there, and now on the sweep. Post does well. Short 45, that boundary through extra cover and mid-off. Made a change on the field. Deep square leg came up, and Caroline Delanga sent back out to long off. Gives us a smile here in the commentary box. Goes down to Caroline Delanga. But yeah, nice to see that there's a working group together to be able to try and forward women's cricket here, because like I say, you do see a lot of hard work from the girls. So nice to see that there's something moving forward. Great that we've obviously got commentary and live streaming on this, and obviously it's only one camera to start, but the ability to potentially move forward and make that 2-3 camera streams is possible.
And also in that, you obviously know Teja Niedermanuru from the Dutch men's team. He's actually invited us as representatives of the women's Dutch team for a workshop with an association that he's trying to start up called the Dutch Cricketers Association, which is really for players in the Dutch national teams, and taking care of the players and welfare in any sense of the word. So really curious for that workshop. We're going to have it this Friday afternoon after the match at VCC. So curious to see what we have, what we can accomplish there together.
Yeah, good man, Teja. He's joined the DCA. I know Scott Edwards and Paul Van Makeren started that sort of push to bring a players' association for the Dutch team, Dutch players and guys that are in that sort of setup.
Yeah.
That ball's another single. It's a short third man.
Yeah, we were
Delaney
really
now
happy.
moves to 90.
Yeah, sorry, we were really happy to be involved and to be asked because, as you said, it was an initiative started by the men, and really good on them for doing that, and just super happy that they're involving us as well, obviously, as we move more towards equal type of way of managing women's as well as men's cricket in the Netherlands.
Short and chopped to point. Slight are we going for it from Leopold, but safely through for a single. Yeah, it must obviously be noted that the Dutch men's team also not fully professionally contracted, just 4 or 5 players out of the squad that played against Pakistan actually do have a full-time contract, and I must say I know some of the monetary figures on that, and it's not actually a full-time deal, it's very much a summer contract, but it's a starting point. It's another 2 to Delaney, and she'll move on to 92.
Yeah, nice thing is now that we've been granted the ODI status from the ICC, which we're really super grateful for, it just brings in a new opportunity again for the KNCB to have a look at the budget, how they spend it, and we're being involved in that as well in terms of player remuneration for the future. So the talk is definitely happening. So we're super happy about that, and just looking forward to see some of the changes that are going to happen pretty soon. But there's definitely a lot of chat, and I think also getting the ODA status really, really helped in that conversation.
Coco, I want to thank you for your time in the commentary box. It's been awesome. We've got Dan Veerling coming in for the final 10 overs. Really appreciate your insights, and maybe we'll get you on for a little bit this afternoon as Juliet Post comes around, tries to stop the 2, but Paul will get 2 more to the score. But really love your insights on sort of what's going on with the women's team, and potentially get you back for a little stint in the afternoon. If not, I'll be at VCC on Friday, so maybe we'll get you there for another little 5, 10, 15 over stint.
Sounds good, Pierce. Thank you for having me.
Dot ball to finish the 40th over. Move into the final power play of this second ODI. Ireland 249 for 2 after 40. Final 10 overs in play here. Nicely fielded in the end by Caroline De Lange. Saves an extra run for her team. The 250 comes up for Ireland in the 41st over. With that, Laura Delaney will move to 94. And Leah Paul now equal with her highest ODI score of 96. She'll be looking to go 4 runs better than that. 1 hit away. Short, straight. This could be the moment. Could beat that cover fielder, and it will. That's 100 for Leah Paul. Excellent innings from the southpaw. Left-handed opening batter has batted every over of this innings and batted exceptionally. First ODI 100 for her. It's been a great innings and warmly applauded by not just the Irish team but all the Dutch supporters on the sideline as well. Dan Veerling, great time to welcome you into the Kind Rocks. You've watched the whole innings. You've seen the way Leah Paul's gone about it. Great innings from her.
Hi Piers, thanks for having me here. Great day here in Amsterdam. And definitely, yeah, a well organized innings in my opinion by Leah Paul. And also Laura Delaney close to her century. Let's see if she can make it.
Off just 113 deliveries. Exceptional batting. She's gone through the gears with that 10th boundary. Almost a chance there. Robina Riker missing the stumps. Riker aware this time to the potential of a single and prevents that. Tough day for the Dutch women here, Dan.
Yeah, spot on there, Piers. Ooh, that's another full toss. This goes behind the square leg for another boundary for Leah Paul. Yeah, just like you say, both of the Irish batters went through the gears quite nicely, and I reckon definitely when Delaney will hit her century as well, they will go into a 5th gear and try to make the most of the last 10 overs here.
41 overs gone. 260 for 2. Caroline de Lange to continue. Good fielding by Jolene Van Vliet. Missed a couple previously, but nice piece of fielding there. Take the Irish captain on to 96. Beautiful setting for cricket, Dan.
Great setting, VRA, always a great setting. We have had a great summer here already with the Dutch men's team here. There's a chance maybe. And of course the ladies now having their turn against the Irish team to not the end this summer, because they've got the Fairbreak team coming over next week, of course, and will also be played here in Amsterdam. Besides, great to see Caroline here in the last 10 overs. The Dutch still trying to grab up a wicket here.
Yeah, another single. And he moves to 97. Yeah, awesome to see the girls get some cricket this summer, because quite a quiet start to it, but Namibia, now Ireland, and then Fairbreak Global. That's tugged into the leg side by Leah Paul. She's really put the foot down since getting to 100. Every ball coming down the wicket, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, it's a great summer for the ladies as well, and of course the ODI status helps, just like you discussed with Coco as well. And of course it's great for them to travel to Thailand later on in this year to play them, and maybe even Zimbabwe, I've heard.
Yeah, a lot on the... Not possible. Chopped out to deep cover. ODI quick to the ball, but did have to make 15-20 metres to get there. 2 more to the score. Paul starting to really feel the effects of having been out there for the best part of 42 overs. Taking her time in between each ball. 2s off the last couple. Really exceptional performance from the young left-hander. And now the sweep shot. Haven't seen one of those all day.
Great shot.
And that is brilliant batting. Away for 4. Dan, talk us through that shot. Beautifully played.
Yeah, beautifully played. It was quite straight by Caroline, and really great sweep from Leah Paul. She's going maybe 360 now in these last 10 overs.
42 overs gone. 271 for 2. Changing the bowling here at the commentary box end. Ademine van Bulge being given a spell and making way for frontline off spinner Ava Lynch. Or Delaney on 97. Make that 98.
Yeah, it's a VCC off spinner for another VCC off spinner actually. Hopefully Ava can make a breakthrough here.
Mickey's Villing in front of us here in the commentary box. Injured at the moment, so is wearing the colours, but I'm not sure she's quite available for selection. Nicely bowled by Ava Lynch. A little bit inconsistent in her first spell, done, but come back well in this second spell here to start this first over of her second spell.
Definitely. I think, to be honest, quite some Dutch players. Oh, that's a full toss. Whack to mid-wicket for another boundary.
Commentator's
Great shot.
curse, isn't it? One of those situations. Come back well, and then there comes that full toss.
Yeah, but to come back to your question, I think a couple of the Dutch bowlers today were a bit inconsistent. There was a lack of consistency here today. Quite some half volleys and full tosses. If we can bring that down in on Friday, hopefully we will be a bit more in the game, fielding and bowling wise.
Well, your ball cruising here onto 119. Been exceptional from her, and over at Delaney, we're looking to bring up her first ODI 100. Previous high score of 88. Short. Over. Van Bocher at mid-wicket. She'll be looking for 2. Leah Paul's already run through for 2.
And she gets it.
And she'll get 100. Her first ODI 100. Leah Paul with 1 to start. And now Laura Delaney, the captain. First ball duck in game 1, but makes the Dutch pay today. Been absolutely phenomenal from the Irish skipper. Led the way. Darn, that's another exceptional 100.
Yeah, just like Leopold, great innings, really very well organised. Just this ball where she gets it just went over Robina Rijk at mid-wicket. Small chance, but went over quite nicely and came back for the second run and grabs up her century. Great innings, very well done.
Yeah, both these batters. First ODI 100s. Really exceptional batting. Came together relatively early on. Okay, might have already had a few runs on the board, 68 at the time, but now put on over 211 for this third wicket. Been very, very impressive partnership. And there'll be a change from the Mulder end. Van den Woning will return. Struggled earlier, done, but back into the attack.
Yeah, hopefully for a bit of a better spell. Really wonder how Delaney will go about her innings from now on. We see Leopold really trying to go into fifth gear and actually working out for her quite nicely. Grabbed up 19 runs already after a century, and if Delaney will go hard, we will see a great total above 300.
Laura Delaney with 2 half centuries to her name, and now 1 big 100. Really, really well batted by the captain. Van den Woning back in. Nicely stopped by Ava Lynch there in the covers. The Dutch choosing to employ deep cover. Third man, fine leg, and, well, when I say fine leg, quite a wide fine leg there. Probably more of a long leg, and deep forward square leg. Field is out, so mid on, mid off, still remaining up in the field. The Irish have really targeted that today. Van den Woning again from the Mulder end. Pitched up, and Van Bolger makes a slight error. It will allow through for an easy single. Dutch just haven't been quite on with their fielding today, Dan.
Nah, true. Couple misfields. Never very helpful. Also to keep up that energy and stay motivated. But hopefully they can grind through to that to those 50 overs.
Right-handed Delaney now on strike. No Father Paul is circling around the ground today in his Irish shirt. Spoke to him after game 1. He's obviously gutted that his daughter couldn't get off the mark, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely ecstatic to see her first ODI 100. Might be able to see him at the far end of your screen. Just down there to the top left of your screen there. He's just manoeuvring around.
Very proud dad, I reckon.
Short and into the wicket from Van den Woning. Not a bad delivery, but with the field set, it's going to yield 2 more runs. Very few dot balls going on here, and when they do seem to hit it through the field, the Irish, they're able to score quite quickly.
Yeah, I actually wonder what's going on through Isabel's mind actually here, Piers. Started the over off with a couple of full balls, and now a short ball. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, you can see when she's pitching the ball up, she's far more in the game. Allows for an opportunity to get a wicket. I think you've just sometimes got to be braver with your fields, and I think, for the Dutch women, they've probably not really been in these situations where a team has been this dominant. Okay, even when they're away of those 50 over World Cup qualifiers, teams didn't really get away on them like they have here today, the Irish. So definitely a learning experience, and the ability to probably be able to review this performance and look at where they can improve going to the next game. Flicked off the hip, only as far as Jolene van Vliet. 1 ball left in the over, I believe. Or no, it is over. Another run to the score. 185 for 2 after 44 overs. Delaney gets the broom out. Only as far as Silver Seagulls at take mid wicket. Another run to her tally, moves on to 102. Still plenty of batting in the sheds. All Prendergast looked good for 24 in game 1, but not been required so far. Probably a bit of pad rash going on the sideline. She's been sitting there since the 12th over, I believe, with her pads on. Great fielding by Van den Woning. Saves 2. Another single saved. Every run going to be critical here, Dan.
Yeah, spot on there, Piers. I reckon the Dutch women should be very, how do you say that? Focus in the field, definitely in the ring, trying to get as much as possible dots in, and try to keep the score as low as possible from here, with 5.5 overs left.
Ava Lynch continuing. Broom comes out once more by Laura Delaney. She'll be looking to get back for 2, but the Seegers does well. I think these 2 Irish batters just starting to tire a little. They have been out there for a fair period today, Dan.
Yeah, true. You can see that the sweep is coming out, gonna play a bit more across the line of the wicket actually, where they were very straight before they got the centuries. Actually, this one is a good straight shot again. But yeah, you can see that they're getting tired a bit, and hopefully Dutch can benefit from it.
Yeah. Long day in the field for the Dutch as well. Been out there for over 3 hours now. Still with 5.5 overs to go. Another sweep comes out again. Silver Seegers almost done by the spin, but able to field it cleanly, and that will complete the 45th over. 290 now for 2. Change of the bowling. Apologies, it's not. Still Isabel van den Woning. Drop catch.
Opportunity.
To be fair, hit hard back at her, and if that had been caught, it would have been a very, very good effort.
To be honest, not a bad ball, trying to get a Yorker in actually. And Delaney made it a bit of a low foot toss straight back to Isabel van der Woning.
Yeah, still like to see one of those long off and long off fielders out. Only the 3 fielders out at the moment. No apologies, there is 4. I've missed Federico out there at deep cover for a moment. I'd like to see a straight fielder out though. I've seen a lot of balls go to fine leg with this sort of bowling. And that's why I want one of those straight fielders back, because Leopold has looked to smash a lot of balls straight down the ground, and that's another one.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Piers, the Irish batters are attacking that long on, long off reaching all day. So why not try to get someone else in the ring and long on or long off out? And it's actually happening right now. We will see a long on for Leopold.
Yeah, again, I feel like it's a little bit late. Been calling for it for about 25 overs now already. I just think you've got to think about where the ball's going and not where you want it to go at some points, especially when the batters are on top. So 3rd man up, long on back, then go short into the wicket. That's not the option for this field. I'm sorry to say, Van den Woning hasn't had a great day, unfortunately, and that's gone short into the wicket, and Leopold has decided, I'm not going to run anymore, I'm just going to hit boundaries.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a good example of not bowling to your field, actually, Piers.
Moves on to 133 now. For the first time in her innings, she goes better than a run a ball. 133 off 132 balls. Long on, very, very straight. Better from Van den Woning.
Yeah, definitely better ball. Nice and full, just outside off, I reckon. Worked away for a single by Leopold.
Really been impressed with Leopold today. She's manoeuvred her way to 100 off 113 balls, and then since that point, those last 20 balls she's faced has yielded 34 runs. She's just started to hit the accelerator button. Delaney advancing. Seeger's trying her best to get around and does well. Saving up 2 more runs for her team.
300's up.
Yeah.
302 actually already.
Yeah, very, very impressive batting by the Irish. And I mentioned earlier to Coco that they could be looking at 350. Right, that might be just out of reach, but definitely 320, 330, well within their grasp, if not more. Now spliced away again through that cover region. We'll be looking to push for 2. Leopold finding that extra gear. They find 2 more. Great running.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Piers, I'm actually quite impressed by the running in between the wickets as well by the Irish batters. It's very aggressive. When they hit the ball, they started running already and actually trying to go for the double every single ball.
Yeah, they'll bring the over to an end. 304 for 2 after 46. 4 overs to go. Irish Villing will return to the bowling crease. 8 overs, none for 49. Really impressed with her today. Okay, hasn't picked up a wicket, but so it's been one of the better bowlers for the Dutch. Great hand, and
oh, beautiful.
it's one of those. Felt like the only way they were going to get a wicket was a run out. That is probably one of the most unfortunate ways to go, but let's just take a moment for Laura Delaney. What an exceptional knock. 109 for the Irish captain, coming at better than a run of ball. 9 boundaries in there. What a phenomenal innings, and I'm sure she'll get applauded off the park as she gets closer to her team's changing room. Done.
Yeah,
Special innings.
Really unlucky to go out that way. Witnessed it myself a couple times actually, but yeah, it's a great innings, a great knock for her team, for her country, and a really proud moment for her.
Yeah, very, very special day for Laura Delaney. Brilliant 100. Set her team up for mammoth first innings score here at VRA Amsterdam. See new batter come to the crease. Orla Prendergast. Again, said she was very impressive during game 1. 24 not out. Looked very, very calm for a young player. She'll come and join Leopold, who is 134 not out and potentially eyeing up. My apologies. Been on commentary for a long time now. A little 150. Still more than enough time to get there. Orla Prendergast, 20 years old. In. Off the pads of Leopold, and another run to the total. Orla Prendergast in her 7th ODI.
Yeah, I'm really interested about the way she will go about her innings. Is she just going to support Leopold, who looks quite tired here at the non-striking end? Or is she going to come hard at the ball and try to go from ball 1 here?
Yeah. Orla Prendergast with 88 runs to her name, averaging 29. A few not outs in there. It was a great shot first up. Great confidence booster on the drive straight away. And whilst the wicket doesn't go to the bowler, I think nice little run out for Iris Villing. Well deserved. She gets her name on the score sheet. Been very, very good again today. Slower ball, nicely delivered, and another run taken.
It's good to see one of the medium pacers with a couple change-ups actually here, Piers. It's just exactly what the Dutch need here today, and Iris can deliver.
Yeah, it's definitely something. We've seen Iris Villing use the back of the hand slow ball previously from the far end, and we're going to see it again there. Really nicely delivered.
Not a bad ball again.
Good backing up there by Frederick Overdyke, and it coming round and backing up. Spirits remain high though for the Dutch. They've definitely not given up. I'd just say outplayed is probably the way to say it. Slower ball once more, off cutter this time from Zvilling. Overdyke alert to the chance of two and cuts that off, only one.
It's a good over.
Yeah, really nicely bowled by Iris Villing. As that one comes to an end. The Irish 309 for 3 after 47. Only 3 runs yielded from that last over. Very nicely bowled by Iris Villing. We'll see a change of the bowling from the Mulder end. Clubmate of Dan Veerling, Frederick Overdyke.
Yeah, good to see Frederick coming back into the attack for the last 2 overs from that end. Yeah, just like you say, Piers, clubmate of mine. She actually practices with the quick selection, so faced her a couple times, and yeah, great bowler for the women's side here. Showed that with her world record against France, but also in a great last over against Namibia to win the series, to bowl wicket maiden on VCC earlier in the summer. Yeah, great experience for her, and a great way for the Dutch team to win that series. And hopefully she can go well in this over as well.
Yeah, mentioned earlier on commentary that I was a bit surprised she didn't get a bowl in game 1 with only 84 to defend, but nonetheless I'm pleased to see her with the ball in hand today. Really competitive young woman. Punched away through the offside by Prendergast, and a slight fumble by Seegers will allow them back for 2. Prendergast come out with a lot of intent here, Dan.
Yeah, she's coming down the track and quite positive, even with Babette Delaney up the stumps. But she looks good.
And once more goes Overdyke and put away over mid-wicket, over the head of Ava Lynch at mid-wicket, and London Monu will have to come round and do the clean-up. Another 2 runs to the score. Not sure Leopold will be particularly happy with all these extra 2s, Dan. She'll be wanting those balls to go to the boundary.
Yeah, Leopold's tired. She wants boundaries every single ball now, so she can rest a bit more. Now she can rest because it will be a dead ball. Leopold's quite happy with that, I reckon.
Former international. Walking in front of us, Miranda Veringmeyer. Would have loved to seen her get out there today with the bat, but I'm going to see the young Dutch batting lineup get another go today. Silver Seegers gets the throw off, but again,
well done.
Paul does well to get back.
Yeah, definitely, Piers. I reckon the Dutch would have loved some experience from Miranda here this afternoon. But let's see how the young guns can go with a big target.
Yeah, missing Seta Carlos, Heather Seegers, and now the retired Miranda Veringmar. Beautiful shot down the ground. Van Boge does well. Stops that ball from getting to the boundary. As we see the father of Laura Delaney walk behind us. Very well done, sir.
Congratulations.
Very humble man, and try and get him on commentary for a little bit in the second innings as Prendergast goes down the ground. Paul just turning and going, not even looking.
Paul very aggressive.
Tell you what.
Oh, and it's out.
She's run herself out that far end. She turned and went. She didn't see that the throw got off, and it was a direct hit from Annemijn van Boge down there at long off. Excellent throw from the rope. And we'll come back to that piece of fielding in a moment, but let's just talk about this innings from Leah Paul, because she's batted best part of 48 overs. The left-handed opening batter. Exceptional knock. 137 off 138 balls. 15 boundaries to her name. Highest ODI score. First ODI 100. By the way she batted, definitely won't be her last. Done. What an exceptional innings. Another one.
Yeah, great innings by Leah Paul. Very calm, very organized. Very patient, I reckon, in my opinion. And from the moment that she gone through all the gears and got to a century, she went into fifth gear and got 137 in the end at almost a runner ball, I reckon. And that's amazing stuff from the Ireland opener batter.
Yeah, must be said that both Centurions being run out. It's the only way they looked like getting out, to be fair. They look so assured at the crease today, and I think whilst the Dutch will be disappointed to give away 2 ODI hundreds against their attack, they will be able to look back at the way these two batters have gone about it and be able to take something from it. It looks like a nick behind, and it's been given out. I think that's Shauna Kavanagh, and I think that's 2 first ball ducks in 2 days. Very different way of getting out today, but a really good catch by Babette Delata there, done.
Yeah, great catch by Babette Delata, and also for Irish winning a wicket, and she really deserved that today.
Yeah, she's been awesome with the ball in hand, and poor old Shauna Kavanagh. That's 2 first ball ducks. Very different circumstance today, though. Did come out with that intent to try and hit that ball for 4 over the mid-off fielder who was in the ring. I'm sure she'll get another go on Friday, but 2
Also
wickets and 2 balls done.
Yeah, great for the Dutch. Good comeback here in the last couple of overs, and hopefully it will help them to cut down that total with a couple of runs. Just to come back to the dismissal, it's also the 5th catch already for Babette in this series. She's doing really well behind the stumps and also standing up. Great effort.
Looks like Mary Waldron has made her way out to the crease. Irish wicketkeeper. I think she'll try and be innovative in terms of where she looks to hit the ball. Wicketkeeper yourself, Dan. Those catches up to the stumps, never easy to take.
Nah, it's been a while for me, luckily, with my height. But it's tough. It's a tough job, especially for Babette, also as a captain. But I reckon she's doing a really great job in these last couple of days, and I'm backing her to do well with the bat as well today.
Relay throw in from the boundary. Mary Waldron probably alert to that fact that the third man fielder didn't get that in the whole way, so probably looking to take 2 the next time it comes her way. Zwilling's been excellent.
Great to see Zwilling taking control of her field and knows what she wants. Long on and long off her back out now.
pumped away through the leg side. Mary Waldron scampers back for 2. Another 2 to the total. 320 now. Up for the Irish. Off cutter. Good fielding by Van Belcher.
Really well done.
Always getting 2 at this stage of the game. A shot like that, but very well fielded.
I reckon the Dutch should be happy that's not a boundary. Doing it quite nicely so far this over. Hopefully Irish can get out of the over with not a lot of runs.
Indeed. Long on, very straight. Backhand slow ball. Just misdirected, and umpire Martin Hancock will signal wide. Just starting to cloud over a little bit here, just calling it off. I don't think the players will be too disappointed about that, because it's been very, very warm for the Dutch out in the middle. Great delivery.
Really well done.
Yorker goes under the bat of all at Prendergast. Great delivery for Iris Williams. She picks up her second wicket in her final over.
Yeah, and I think that's an important wicket as well, Piers. Just like we spoke earlier, asking the question if Prendergast would go on straight away or just support Leopold, but actually she went for it from ball 1, and to cut it down for 14 runs is really well done by the Dutch in the end.
Nice little cameo from Olive Prendergast. She falls for 14. The Irish now 325 for 6 in the second to last over. Looks like Cara Murray has made her way to the middle. Not long left in this first innings. Dutch have been out there a long time. Almost coming up 3.5 hours by the time they probably walk off the field. So, big stint for them. It's chopped away. Apologies, it's Rachel Delaney. It's out in the middle. She'll get a single off her first delivery. Final ball of Iris Villing's spell. 326 for 6 with 6 balls remaining. Spoke to Paul Delaney earlier, having not noticed that there was a change in the spelling between Laura and Rachel Delaney, but no relation. I'm going to scamper one, go straight to post. Direct hit, but they get home for a scampered single. Frederick Overdyke bowling this final over of the first innings.
Yeah, and again we will see mid on and mid off. So no long on and long off. So I reckon that will be targeted by the Irish, and interesting to see how Frederick will cope with that in this last over.
Lofted, but only as far as mid off. Van Boker can't quite hold on, but no damage. They're always going to get through for 1.
Yeah, the Dutch really struggle with the clean pickups today. Maybe the outfield is not in their favour. But yeah, really a point to work on going on to Friday.
Chopped past Robina Rijker, backward point. And Caroline de Lange will Get that ball back in, and another 2 to the score. Another 2 to Delaney. And the Irish now with 330 on the board. Been a very, very solid batting performance. Fuller, wider. Come Hancock raises his finger, a little stumping. Another dismissal for Babette Delaney, another wicket for Frederik Overdyk, her second. Nice piece of bowling that done, just slid it a little bit wider.
Yeah, just lined it up a bit wider and gave Babette the chance to tick the bills off and give her a stumping as well. 330 for 7 now, and the Dutch really doing well in these last couple of overs to get down that total.
Yeah, we had Coco on earlier, and I said 350, very, very possible, and it was looking likely for a fair majority of that whilst Laura Delaney and Leopold were together. But the wicket of Delaney, Laura Delaney that is, just sort of halted that a little. And then Leopold falling a couple of overs later has meant that they're 330 for 7 now with just a few balls remaining. Inside edge.
Just scramble through.
Just get another single.
One more ball this over. One more ball this innings. That will end an amazing innings for the Irish. Great total anyhow. And it will be a tough total to chase for the Dutch. Hey, Piers.
Definitely will be. Georgia Dempsey getting that single. Waldron going across his stumps. That will be a wide, and probably 5 of them.
That's 5 wides indeed, so we will get another delivery.
Sorry, mate, had to go pick that one up.
No worries.
Yeah, not the ideal finish. That for Frederik Overdyk, just getting a touch straight, just seeing Mary Waldron walk across her stumps and thinking, I have a piece of that leg stump, but just slipping down the leg side. Final ball for Overdyk. Maybe not. It's a waist high full toss.
No ball's not called, so I reckon it will be the
Outside
last
out.
one.
Waldron trying to get back for 2.
It is a run
given.
out.
No waist high full toss given. So with that, it'll be the end of the innings. One more run added off that final ball because they did complete a single there. So 337 for 8. And I tell you what, that is a formidable total at the end of the first innings done.
Yeah, great total. Really great innings by Leopold and Delaney. And great to see those two having their first centuries for the country. And well, maybe we will see a couple of Dutchies do the same as well today.
Anything's possible, Dan. Of that I have no doubt.
You gotta have a bit of faith, right?
Absolutely. Big round of applause for both teams as they come off the park for the half-time break. It must be said that the Dutch did not give up in those 50 overs. They gave it their all. The Irish just batted extremely well. Definitely some focus points for the Dutch. But they've got to park that for now and think about how they're going to go and chase down 338 runs in the second innings. Nigh on 7 runs and over required. It'll definitely be an uphill battle without their 2 best batters in the country available. Nonetheless, we'll be back in around 35 minutes from now for the second innings. On behalf of Dan Veerling, my name's Piers Fletcher and we'll be seeing you in around 30 odd minutes. Very warm welcome back to VRA Amsterdam. Second inning is about to get underway. Georgia Dempsey with the new ball from the commentary box end, bowling to Babette Delaney. Pitched up and defended into the covers. Holland making 337. Having been asked to bat first by the Dutch. Nice shot for no run by Babette Delaney. And it's a very warm welcome to good friend, former teammate, and now co-commentator Robert van Oostrum. Robert, lovely to see you. Tough first innings for the Dutch, but great opportunity this afternoon to come out and be really positive with their batting.
Yes, Piers, thank you. Nice to be here again. Lovely ground, lovely day. A little bit more of a cloudy, but it's warm and humid, and that's the first boundary.
What a shot! That has gone all the way. Phenomenal shot by Babette Delaney. Well, I was going to ask you, what do you reckon Shane Dietz has asked from his batters when they've gone out to bat today? But
I think
Babette Delaney has told us just exactly the way they're going to go about it.
Positive.
We've got the afternoon air traffic coming in over the top of us, so apologies if you get quite a bit of plane coming in, sounds over. What a phenomenal shot by Babette Delaney. What a catch!
Oh, what a catch.
What a catch by the fielder at first slip.
Amazing.
I think that's young. Not quite sure. Was that Cara Murray? She took an absolute screamer in game one. Couldn't quite get eyes on who that was in the slips. I think it could be Cara Murray. What a catch for the Irish. Robert.
What a eventful first over this is. Positive batting by Babette Delaney, whacking the bad ball for 6 and departing the next ball by absolute screamer of a catch.
And Delaney goes for 6 with a 6 to her name. The Dutch 6 for 1. Well, very eventful start here at VRA Amsterdam. And yes, it was. I can confirm Cara Murray at first slip took a screaming one-handed catch off her own bowling in game 1 and now takes a screaming one-handed catch on the slips. Great start for the Irish to get rid of probably Dutch's premier batter on show today. Juliette Post to the crease at number 3 for the Dutch. And Annemijn van Bogen yet to face a ball at the non-striker's end. Rob, what an absolutely brilliant catch.
Yeah, this is lovely to watch. Being not so objective, obviously, with the orange heart, but my cricket heart races with this absolute stunner.
Post on strike for her second delivery. Defended into the offside. Eventful first over. The Dutch 6 for 1. So just a bit of a recap for you. The Irish women's team being asked to bat first by Babette Delaney. posted 337 for the loss of 8 wickets. Leah Paul, the standout batter, but Laura Delaney also making 100. Leah Paul, 137 off 138 balls with 15 boundaries. Absolutely brilliant innings from the Southpaw opening batter. Laura Delaney, the captain after a first ball duck in game 1. Making 109 off 101 as Arlene Kelly comes into the attack. Goes for the in-swinging Yorker first ball. Van Belcher, 4 off 31 on Monday. Spoke to her after the game and she actually looks very, very compact, but was unable to score. So a thought from her today is that she's going to try and push the scoring on, try and be a little bit more aggressive when balls are in her zone. See how that goes for her. Straight this time and defended into mid-wicket. I've got to be honest, Rob. Cara Murray been taken out of that slip position. Can't quite believe it.
Hey, where did they put her?
She's out here at fine leg.
Yeah, maybe needed a drink or so after this amazing catch.
So, like I was mentioning, Leah Paul, 137 of 138 balls. Rob, I don't know how much of that innings you caught, but
Not a lot.
she was very, very impressive. Opened the batting, 138 balls faced. Got out in the 45th over, I believe. Really exceptional innings of patience and skill. Only went past the runs and balls mark after she got to 100. Was very, very patient on her way to getting 100. And then kicked on nicely, finding the boundary after that mark. And Laura Delaney as well, 109 from 101 balls. Slight change in the field this time. Irish choosing to go for 2 mid-wickets. All the Prendergast in there slightly straighter and not quite sure, can't quite pick out that number. Who's slightly squarer mid-wicket. Nonetheless, the Irish well on top here at VRA. Nice intent by Van Belcher for no run.
Yeah, it's a pity I couldn't watch a lot this morning, having to work obviously. But arriving at the ground, just letting the airplane pass. Arriving at the ground, able to see a little bit of the great partnership of the two girls. But to be honest, once the Irish passed 300, they looked a little bit dodgy, didn't they?
From time to time they did. A single by Van Belcher off the last ball of the over. That will ruin the maiden. 7 for 1 after 2. Georgia Dempsey to continue. Was exceptional on during game 1 of this series. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 during game 1 and bowled extremely tightly and on the money once more.
My last remark obviously being a little bit of a joke, eh? 300 plus, the Irish going for everything, a couple of run-outs and a fluke sort of touch hand run-out on the non-striker's hand. It was all happening, but yeah, the Dutch fought back quite nicely.
Georgia Dempsey in her 8th ODI. Just 18 years of age. Young right arm seamer. Nice bit of pace behind her. As as mentioned, very, very impressive young seam bowler out of Ireland. But straight this time, and an appeal from behind the stumps, and Martin Hancock is not deterred by that and raises his arms to the scorers. Wide ball down the leg side. A little bit of cloud coming over the top, Rob.
Yeah, and I was just about to say it's humid as well. It's very humid. Yeah, the ball doing a little bit in the air, a little bit of outswing from this side, a little bit of inswing from the other side.
Yeah, Iris Villing got the ball to swing early on from this end, commentary box end here at VRA. I think we got the afternoon air traffic all afternoon, Rob, so we have to get used to that.
Every 2 minutes. I must feel for the umpires if well, they can't stop the play every time a plane passes. So yeah, they have to be concentrating on the edge, hearing the edge, seeing the edge, the double pad or the double sounds. It's not that easy.
You were right indeed. Georgia Dempsey. A bit shorter this time and defended by Van Bolge. Solid young player, Van Bolge. Still finding her way in international cricket. Had to bowl quite a few overs today in the end from the commentary box end, and to be fair, unfortunately went for a few. Ended up going for 48 in her 5 overs. Pitched up once more, and this is looking very similar to what happened in game 1.
Right
Georgia
on the
Dempsey
money.
on fire. Georgina Dempsey, my apologies. That'll end the over. 8 for 1 after 3. Arlene Kelly to continue from the Mulder end. 28-year-old out of Auckland. Irish heritage. Know the family quite well myself, having gone to school with her brother, actually, back to Sacred Heart College. So nice to see her take on her Irish roots. Looked to be sliding down the leg side with that quite extravagant in-swing. Bowled well during game 1, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9, and I believe she took the man of the match reward in game 1. So she'll be looking to back up that performance again today. Not required with the bat.
Piers, can you tell me what happened with the first over by something fell here? Iris Swilling's first over. I'm looking at the figure. She ended up with 2 for 59 of 10, but more than half of these runs came from the first over. What went wrong there?
I will say, Rob, that is not entirely correct. The match centre had a little bit of an issue earlier on today, so we had to reload the whole game according to the scorers. So you might see some of the figures look a little bit extravagant in terms of what happened with runs and overs and all those sort of things. Nicely bowled again by Kelly. The feature of this Irish side was the fact that they bowled no wides in the first 10 overs. Isabel van den Woning bowled 11 in her first 2 today. So there's a big discrepancy in terms of the extras given away. Arlene Kelly bowled very, very well. Post stepping away. After we saw that Babette delayed to 6, we thought, here they come on the charge. Sort of that energy has just dissipated just a little. Just a little bit more reserve of the batting. These two opening bowlers were very impressive on day one, so the Dutch batters just making sure they have a look at them before they look to try and take them on. And I tell you what, nice to see a little bit of cloud cover come over the top because it was roasting early this afternoon. The Dutch ladies again were stuck out in the field for 3.5 hours, and it was pretty close to that high of 29 degrees. Post ready this time. Big extravagant backlift. Defended back to the bowler. Just got quite still here at VRA. That wind has sort of died off, and now that catching mid-wicket has gone even straighter into a short mid-on. Slip in place as well. The two fielders out. Fine leg and third man. Post hits the gap between the two catching mid-wickets, but only as far as mid-on. No run taken. After 4 overs, the Dutch 8 for 1.
Yeah, the Irish girls doing exactly what they should do: bowl straight and full, and put the fielders in place. And Dutch not being able to get into the gaps or over. Not at this moment yet.
Dempsey will continue from the commentary box end. KLM doing a roaring trade from VRA today. Back of a length and nicely defended. Smattering of supporters again today. Slightly smaller than Monday's crowd, but nonetheless they've enjoyed a really exciting first innings. Watching the way the Irish have gone about it. Off their legs this time, and Van Bolker will get down the non-striking end. It's better in terms of the intent. Got to look to be able to rotate strike. We talked about in game one, Rob, about the fact that the Irish were very good at being able to turn over the strike, being able to get down to the non-strikers end a lot. Saw that today as well. They were hitting balls left and right of fielders and just going. And that takes the score from 280 to 330 or 340 the way they went about it today, because they went from it from ball one. Caught and bowled opportunity just out of the reach of Georgina Dempsey. Just closing the face on that one, Rob.
Yeah, a bit too early. Leading edge. Lucky. Just in between bowler and mid-off. Yeah, this is the result of all the straight balls that the Irish girls are bowling, and Dutch not being able to find a gap. And
full, almost Yorker length. Extra cover, throwing herself at the ball. Life depended on it. All the Prendergast in there. Apologies, that's Shauna Kavanagh. Good to see she's got a smile on her face. She didn't look particularly happy at lunch. 2 first ball ducks in the first 2 games. So, nice to see there's a smile on her face out there in the middle. Better shot by Post, but finds the fielder. That's another thing, Rob, isn't it? Just finding those fielders with regularity, the Dutch.
yeah, once you get that juicy half volley outside of stump, then you have to find a gap. Get that boundary.
Just the one slip in place. A ring in the covers. Fuller. And Post will get off the mark. Getting that one wide of mid-on and away for a single to finish the over. 10 without loss after 5. Arlene Kelly to continue from the Mulder end. Cut away by Juliet Post as far as Georgina Dempsey for another single. And if you want to get in touch with us, you can use the hashtag NEDIRE, NEDIRE, in terms of Netherlands Island. Happy to answer any of your questions that you've got coming in. Might have some questions from our Irish supporters back there in Ireland, around the country. Likewise our Dutch. It's nicely played off the legs by Van Belcher. Commitment to that shot. Looking for 3. Won't get it though. The fielder in chase, being able to get that throw off. Only the 2 runs taken, but better intent by Van Belcher. Slow ball this time. Very much a favourite delivery of Arlene Kelly, the leg cutter. Just rolls it just down the left side of the ball. Just in that ball to sort of hold on a straight line. Like I say, gets quite prodigious in-swing, so any ball that sort of goes straight for her is also as much of an attacking option as that big hooping in-swinger. Slow ball again. Hit quite hard by Van Belcher, but only far as mid-off. Sedate start here by the Dutch, Robert.
Very sedate. And yeah, to be honest, the 336, 7? It's a daunting task. Not ungettable, obviously, but yeah. Should you go close to that, yeah, then the intent has to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more rotating the strike over.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that question. Sort of how do you go about it as the Dutch? Because 338 almost potentially out of the game. I mean, you know, you have to bat probably out of their skins and beyond to even be in with a chance of chasing the score down. As you see, another delivery by Kelly. Punched up to mid-off. It will end the over. 15 for 1 after 6. But getting back to that point, do you see this as an opportunity just to go, what we want to see from the batters today is a more positive outlook and try and bat for 50 overs, or do you sort of see it as an opportunity to win this game by going hard in the first 10 overs?
Yeah. Difficult question. To be very honest, I would go for the first option, just to get a real good experience of batting out 50 overs, getting hopefully between 200 and 250, and should somebody get going and get a 50 in a runner ball, then you never know what's going to happen, and then you can score 10, 12 and over and maybe get to 300, but 338 a little bit out of reach at this moment.
Nicely bowled there by Dempsey, just holding its line, not actually swinging away, and went down between the inside edge of Juliet Post's bat. Pad quite a long way outside the line there, so pulling away again whilst the Irish batters are talking. Off the pad this time, and it will scuttle away. Will it go for 4? Not quite. Nicely fielded down there by Rachel Delaney. Saves 2 runs for her side. Dutch push on to 17. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because you don't want to give up on a game halfway, but you do feel 338 is probably out of the reach, and especially with no Heather Seegers and no Sterakalis, it's going to be a hell of a challenge for this side to even get in the mix of chasing a score like that.
Yeah, the Dutch girls should do themselves proud by betting as long as possible and being as positive as possible, and see where they end.
Year-old Dempsey's been very, very impressive over the first game and a half. It's on the money once more. Really, really nice rhythmical action, and gets to the crease. Nice tall use of her front arm, and drives that ball towards the off stump, and seems to naturally have a little bit of outswing about her from what we've seen in first game and few overs. See what she can pull off today from an Irish perspective. Better intent by Post, but a little bit leg side of the ball there.
I'd say those are the balls that you should be able to get a bet on and squeeze it in to the covers. Hopefully in between, and then get a couple.
Sliced away by Post. Into the over. Another single added to the total. 18 for 1. More planes flying over the top of us here in Amstelveen. Third man fine leg, a slip in place, and Mary Waldron continuing to stand up to the stumps. Nice shot down the ground, but only as far as Willa Prendergast there at that sort of short mid-on position. Not often you see a short mid-on in place. You see a change in the field as well now. A little bit of intent shown by Post off the delivery there by Arlene Kelly. So short fine leg. Well, fine leg's brought into the ring, and there's our cow corner has gone out.
Yeah, inviting Juliette Post to play a little bit across the line and get it and squeeze it into the mid-wicket area. That's a good shot.
Tries to open up the offside now. So slip also comes out, comes into a second mid-wicket, a lot straighter than where that initial mid-wicket was. And the deep mid-wicket is posted right on the rope. So 5 fielders on the leg side. Just the 4 on the offside. The third man, the backward point, squarish cover. And mid-off. Kelly having to sort of target the stumps. Poss missed out there. It's actually a bit of a story from the first innings, really. Irish actually missed out on quite a few full tosses, Rob. Found the fielder quite a lot. So the Dutch will need to show something here as we see another change. Third man now into the ring and finally drops back out. Kelly unable to really miss her line outside of stump here. Has to be caps to keep those stumps in play. And does. The random bounce throw from Gabby Lewis from 7 metres away from the bat, but nonetheless, the umpire's not having a word about that.
Yeah, 5 dots in a row, I think.
Yeah, it's been quite a sedate start by the Dutch. That hits the pad, looked to be sliding down, and again Kelly with that extravagant in-swing movement. Quite unlikely to get an LBW. That ends the over. Another one completed. A maiden. 18 for 1. Change in the bowling. You make 137 of 138 balls. You thought you'd get the afternoon off, but not for Leopold. Come straight into the attack here from our commentary box end. When he bowled the 2 overs in game 1, went for 13. A little bit guilty of over pitching to Frederick Overdyke and got attacked down the ground, but an opportunity today to get into the game early. Left arm off spinner, quite a deliberate action. Sort of starts in a very definite position. Starts with a straight delivery that's tugged away into the leg side. Irish moving to spin early here, Rob. Thoughts around that?
Yeah, within the power play, with pressure on, why not inviting the Dutch girls to have a go and hit over the top. Yeah. Hope they can do this.
Pulled away by Poss behind square. Should be looking to get back for 2. Got to try and take those on at this stage. Chasing 300 plus. You have to run those. That's one thing the Irish did very well. Does get back for 2. Yeah, Paul be trying to get that ball back up in the batter's half. But too short so far to start. Short again. Just as far as Gabby Lewis. Trying to Southern Airlines flying over the top. Understandable for Paul to be dragging these down a little bit. Those legs will be tired. She'd been a good part of 45 overs. Lovely shot. Good use of the feet by Van Belge. She'll get back for 2. Nice intent there by the opening batter.
Yeah, much better this. Getting 3 singles and a 2. Rotate the strike. Good to see.
And away to cover and no run. Attacking fielders are being taken out. Just a ring with the 2 fielders out on either side. Deep cover and deep forward square. Gabby Lewis out there and all Prendergast on the offside. Nicely played again by Van Belge. Poss having to scamper through to complete the run, and does. 7 off the over. Good one for the Dutch. 25 for 1 after 9. Dual spin to finish the power play. This will be the final over of that first power play where only 2 fielders can field outside the inner ring. Rachel Delaney from the Mulder end. Captain Laura Delaney ringing the changes. Both opening bowlers bowling well, going for a total of 16 runs in their 8 overs bowled. The captain keen to get spin into the attack. Off spin of Delaney and hit hard, but only as far as mid-on. Hit past Dempsey at that short mid-wicket, and Van Boker coming through for 2 and gets home. Kelly gets the throw off, and by the sounds of the oohs and ahs out in the middle, could have been out. Good feet by Post, and chopped out as far as deep mid-wicket where Prendergast does the fielding.
Yeah, much better intent by the Dutch girls.
Better line from Delaney. Straighter and that middle and off stump. Dutch guilty of over pitching earlier on and then dropping too short and too wide. The off spinners, both Van Bocher and Ava Lynch. A few too many bad deliveries. They were well and truly punished. Just a couple of balls left in this first power play. Van Bocher considers the one. There wasn't a couple of balls, it was only the one. First power play's done. 27.
Not happy with the last ball. Wanted to get it straighter at least.
27 for 1 after 10. Leah Paul will continue, and first power plays come to an end, and the Irish using 3 fielders out straight away. Something we didn't see from the Dutch. Short and wide and cut out as far as that went off, as we see Peter Byron and his 2 sons off in front of us. Former Netherlands men's captain, still current VRA head coach, captain, jack of all trades.
Century maker.
Indeed. I mean, all right, last game. Double header this weekend. Not sure how that body's going to hold up at 39 years of age. Right intent by Van Bocher, but it was straight to 45. These 2 Dutch batters doing their best to rotate. Bit full from Paul and just slipping down the leg side. Not really a big fan of the leave down the leg side, Rob. Prefer to see the batter try and hit that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of free space behind square. Despite the deep backward square being in place, you feel like you can get a sweep on that and potentially get that away from 4. I find it quite a negative option. Don't want to turn down free runs as a batter. As a bowler, I know all about that.
I didn't. Well, I wasn't a big sweeper of the ball, but at least get a glance in or get something, get a foot.
Powered. As far as mid-off. Direct hit would have had her out. No doubting of that. Amy Hunter there. At mid-on. Looked in ominous form when she got out for 22. Finbocha survives. Shorter and wider outside of stump. Too wide. Says umpire Martin Hancock. Leopold being given a lot of work to do here. Like I say, she batted absolutely superbly earlier in the day. For her 137. Now being called upon with the ball. Post advancing. Shoveled away by Post. Another run to the total for the Dutch. Definitely not hurting the Irish at this stage. 32 for 1. Post to gets a single to mid-on. Better intent from the Dutch batters today. They've tried to score. They've looked to be positive and flicked in the air, but past Leopold there at mid-wicket. In the action a lot here. And the left-hander. Extravagant back lift once more. I feel like you just get a bit of bat on that and get that away for 4. Okay, don't get me wrong, you get the wide, but
This was
it was right there for the taking, and I feel like that's probably a thing that it's just too much of the club cricket being a situation where you can almost win games on wides at points. It's just not the positive option. I'd rather see the batter try and take that on. Because then you get the next ball like that, which could definitely have been out.
Yeah, this was definitely sweepable.
Looking to tuck it away through the leg side, but Leopold comes round and does the fielding. Well, it must be said that you are a former international, not from the Netherlands, but now working in the medicine world. No run once more.
Oh,
slight
yes.
misfield,
Slight
and they
misfield.
will steal a single. Have you been able to combine those, or what have you seen in terms of any sort of cricketing side of sports medicine?
Well, during studies I was able to combine it. Yeah. Very lucky to for the medical school in Leiden to give me some opportunities to play throughout the medical career, and finally getting into sports medicine, and since maybe 20 years now, also being involved with the national cricket teams, with the ladies, with the men, with the youth. So very much involved at the moment medically.
swept. Out to deep mid wicket. Both batters now into double figures. It's one more than Monday. Only the one batter, Federico Overdijk, to get into double figures on Monday for the Dutch. So small wins. A bit wider. Off something this time, and very well fielded by Shauna Kavanagh. Diving on that artificial surface.
Yeah, those probably are the most vulnerable pieces of the body, the fingers. See a lot of problems with that. Fractures and dislocations and lots of trouble with these joints.
Both batters just starting to get stuck again, Rob.
Yeah. The Irish girls inviting the Dutch girls to hit maybe over mid off. This being dispatched.
Waist high full toss, but Barthy says that's below waist height. Personally, I beg to differ, but nonetheless, another run taken. Been a couple of those today. I feel like umpires could well have been harsher on those. There's definitely one at the end of the first innings as well that the Irish could well have had in their favour. Post now on strike. Chips it back and it's dropped. Looked like it more hit the hand of Paul rather than actually being able to get a mitt around it. Top ball though. That'll end the over. 13 gone, 38 for 1. Looks like Paul's just going to jump off the field just to get that hand attended to. Enough of that dropped opportunity. See the subfielder come on. Laura Delaney will continue from the Mulder end. Apologies. It's called rule. Laura Delaney's name all morning and all early afternoon because she got 100. It's not, it's Rachel Delaney. Van Boeker hits and goes. Gets through for a comfortable single. Very good batting.
Nice shot.
Arlene Kelly set a little bit straighter this over. It will tuck away past her for 2. Nice intent being shown here. Now, got stuck for a couple of overs, did the Dutch, but just a little bit more intent now. Look over to our left, Rob, and see that some of the Dutch girls that are missing out today, working alongside assistant coaches Jake Needham and Peter Saylor. Stifled appeal. Nice to see them being able to get some work done on turf. I mean, these girls don't get a lot of opportunity to train on turf. So it's nice that they're able to have that opportunity here during this 3-match ODI series. Pulled away by Post. Only one taken. But nice to see those girls training, Rob.
Yeah, and I see a lot of prospects betting out there, and young girls, 16, 17-year-olds, waiting for their chance to get into this team and show what they can do.
long on now in place as opposed to the mid-on. Van Bocha tries and gets it there, but only as far as Rachel Delaney.
Yeah, some of the young girls just recently playing in the qualifying match against Scotland in the under 19 qualifying for the T20 World Cup in January in South Africa, and unluckily a little bit too small for the Irish girls, losing 3 out of 3, but getting better every match they played. So a lot of hope in the younger teams.
End of the over. 44 for 1. Yeah, they took on the Irish under 17s, and then they took on the Scotland under 18s, didn't they, for that qualifying spot?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So yeah, change in the bowling. Leopold isn't back on the field just yet, so see a change in the leg spin of Cara Murray. Pulled into the attack. Took an excellent caught and bowled off Van Bocha in game 1. Stuck out the right paw and clambered on. Already taken a spectacular catch today, did Cara Murray. In the first over, Babette Delater putting one into the crowd. Not quite. It's on the opposite side of the ground, but putting one over the rope. Finds the outside edge first ball here. Van Bocha will look to come back for 2. Laura Delaney doing the clean-up work down there. Yeah, took an absolute screamy catch at first slip today as well. Only one-handed once more. Straight away, change in the field. They bring another fielder across. I like this field a bit more. Force the Dutch batters to look at the 45 sweep. Only saw a couple of sweeps by the Irish in the first innings.
I don't know if there's a lot of ability to sweep with the Dutch girls. I haven't really seen somebody sweep.
Advancing is Van Bocha and gets it just down as far as Amy Hunter. Yeah, like I look at young Amy Hunter bat today, and only 16 years old, and 4th ball of her innings, just lofted drive down the ground for 4, 1 bounce. Exceptional. And then went over extra cover for 4 as well, and to be fair, got done by quite a good ball in the end by Silver Seegers. LBW, but again, could well have been looking at her second ODI 100. Beautifully bowled there by Murray, going past the outside edge of post. High in the air, Arlene Kelly settles under it and takes the catch. Post going across the line. Probably could have looked to maybe extend that over mid-off. Got down the wicket far enough, but could only hit it as far as Arlene Kelly, and the Dutch lose their second, Rob.
Yeah, pity this. Maybe the ball was there to hit over the top. She went across the line and sort of a leading edge, and the intent was there. But maybe the intent could have been there a bit earlier. Nevertheless, second wicket down. New batter in.
Looks like the players are going to take a drink. So, Rob, I'll get you to step out of the commentary box for a little bit, and we'll bring you back probably about 5 or 10 overs time. Thank you very much for your first little stint, mate.
Welcome. See you later.
Welcome back to the VRA ground here in Amstelveen. Bit of cloud cover over the top, nice little temperature and a little breeze coming across, and Robert van Ocean has made way for former Netherlands great. Maybe, I don't know. She'll tell us a bit more. Maybe she's a bit too humble for that. Miranda Veringmeyer, lovely to have you alongside for the next few overs.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's obviously a bit different to be looking from the sidelines instead of being in the field myself. So it's a whole new experience here.
Indeed. Ends the over. 48 for 2 after 15. And I think we're going to get a bit of this in our stint. Miranda, you've been here most of the day, I believe. So give us your summation of the first innings. The Dutch sending Ireland into bat and the Irish making 337.
Yeah, I've been here for probably about half of the first innings, so I didn't see the first bit. Saw some very good batting from the Irish girls, obviously. And the Dutch girls will feel like they didn't quite bowl as well as they know they could, especially with all the late wickets at the end. So they'll feel like 1 or 2 wickets a bit earlier on could have completely changed the innings. So that's a shame, but it's good that they at least fought through to the end, and hopefully be a bit more positive with the bat today. And they do seem to be doing that. So that's definitely a positive to take away already. That they seem to have learned from Monday and are trying to be a lot more positive for today betting.
Rubina Riker comes to the crease. Batting at number 4 for the Dutch today. And he managed the single in game 1 and powerfully hits it hard at mid-on, my apologies, but could have been caught, could have been run out. Nonetheless, it's a single. She's off the mark. Yeah, I think the Dutch were guilty of just being a bit both sides of the wicket and a bit inconsistent in their length as well. So, yeah, like I say, big task ahead of them to try and chase this down, but again, just a better batting performance shown so far as Delaney just floats that one a little bit too wide. In terms of the batting, you mentioned it briefly there, but looking a lot more positive and probably the sort of batting performance we expected to see in game 1.
Yeah, that's definitely a big thing for the girls, that to be positive with the bat as we see a ball go through the legs of mid-off there. It's a big thing from the coach as well, that he's definitely trying to get the girls to be very positive and not be scared to play their shots. So, which is definitely what we're seeing happening in the nets over there as well. So it's up to the girls now to actually show that on the field.
Yeah, a little misfield by Amy Hunter there at mid-off. Allow Van Boger to get back for a second. Short mid-on now in place, coming a lot straighter. As we say, straight to that fielder.
Yeah, we can see Anna Mijn playing, definitely playing a lot more shots today than she was doing on Monday, so it's very good to see. So hopefully she'll start finding the gaps a bit more as well. It's not a good shot there. Straight to the fielder, unfortunately.
Yeah, just looked a little bit more free today, and I think from a Dutch perspective, it's in a way the 338 runs is sort of not a thing to worry about. They can just come out and be nice and free and try and play positively. The intent from Van Boger has been probably tenfold better than game 1. 54 for 2 after 16 overs. Cara Murray will continue from the commentary box end. Slip in place now for the new batter, Robina Raika. And initially, they had the long on fielder out, but have been brought up into the ring. So just the 3 fielders out, deep backward square. Deep mid wicket and a deep cover. Mary Waldron marshalling the troops in the field. And Riker doesn't need to have a look at the leg spin. Comes down and very aggressive shot, first ball to the leg spinner for 4.
Good to see from Robin. It's definitely an area she's quite strong at, using her feet and hitting it over mid-on. So it's good for her that they brought the fielder back up. I don't think they'll be doing that for too long.
Now, as you say, Miranda, that fielder came up for 1 ball, has gone back for the next. Great positive batting by the Dutch number 4. Get a little bit of bat on that. Just try and hit that. That's 2 free runs down the leg side.
And I reckon even with mid-on back now, she'll still not be scared to try and hit it straight back and just get the singles and maybe 2s straight back past the bowler.
Yep, punched hard. Down the ground. Hitting that ball with quite a bit of intent. So, again, I mentioned to Robert Van Oostrum in the first game that the Dutch were a bit gun-shy game 1. It's nice to see them come out with energy and intent today. Nice shot by Van Boger, but only as far as Arlene Kelly here at mid-off. Miranda, you've obviously retired from international cricket. What does that bring you? Obviously, life changes a little bit when you don't have training 2-3 times a week.
Yeah, definitely. That makes it all a bit different. For me, I went from training 2-3 times a week, sometimes more, to not really training that much anymore, mainly due to work as well, which was actually the main reason for me to retire. Not so much not enjoying the game anymore, but just simply don't have the time to put in the time that you have to be able to play at this level. And yeah, that's a shame, and who knows, maybe at some point, but for the time being, that's just not possible. And with all us girls still being completely amateur, it's obviously difficult once you start working to fit everything in.
End of a very positive over for the Dutch. 62 for 2 after 17. Rachel Delaney will continue from the Mulder end. Riker advancing and have to slide her bat. Big appeal, but Nissan Barthy unmoved. Direct hit by the young 16-year-old at mid-off, but to no avail. Better intent by the Dutch batters to run there. Riker advancing and hitting and running with the shot. It allowed her to get those extra few steps in before the ball was in the fielder's hand.
That usually is a feature of Robin's batting. It's definitely her intent and the way she runs. She's always looking to get off strike again. And, support the other batter when she has to, but also play the big shots herself. So it's good to see her doing that from ball 1, really.
But on deep square leg and deep cover point, the fielder's out. Advancing once more and only as far as the bowler. Yeah, you talk about did you just tease us with the potential of an international return somewhere down the line?
I'm definitely not planning anything at the moment. It's always a shame when you have to stop playing when you're still really enjoying it. But yeah, like I said, you simply can't do everything at once.
Could be chance. No. little bit of confusion between the two batters.
Luckily, they both made it back in time. It's if they keep running like this, they can definitely stay positive.
Yeah, Riker always wanted to. Van Boekel wasn't sure for a moment, but to be fair, did very well to split the gap there. Did Riker between the bowler and mid-on. Hard into the ground and only as far as the bowler once more.
Good shot there.
Over the top
In
of
the gap.
mid-wicket. Good throw, might have had her in trouble, but the quick pick-up and release doesn't stop the Dutch from getting two. Another good over. Again, still not really denting into the Irish score, but nonetheless, 68 for 2 after 18. You've been on a few tours with this Dutch team. You got any places that you've really enjoyed touring, Miranda, in particular?
That's a difficult question. I've definitely done quite a few tours. Probably the ones that have been the most impressive for me when it was to Bangladesh. We had a World Cup qualifier there. Not just the playing, but also just the country and the whole environment we were in. So much interest in our games as well, which obviously we're not really used to here, playing in front of bigger crowds. And yeah, that was definitely a whole new experience.
Riker advancing, and it's going to drop in no man's land between Kavanagh and Prendergast.
For me, that was a tour when I was still quite young. So one of my first big tours. So, yeah, it was a great experience to really go to a country where there's so much more interest in cricket and so much more people actually watching the games. And yeah, so that was really good. But then again, there's been a lot of tours and a lot of great countries to play in and a lot of beautiful grounds. So I do think playing here at VRA or in the Netherlands, it's always nice to have the families be able to come and watch. Although with this team, actually, a lot of families actually tend to follow us around and come and watch the games. So it's always good to have some support wherever you're playing, but especially playing at home, obviously.
Van Boekel on 26. As the over comes to an end, 70 for 2 after 19. Change on the bowling. Captain comes on. Centurion earlier today. Laura Delaney. And straight away with quite a defensive field to Robin Riker. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on and a deep cover, so no one behind square on the leg side. Pitched up and driven down to long on. Peter Byron driving around on the golf cart with his two sons. Very different Peter Byron than the one you see at international cricket, with a not much of a smile on his face, isn't he? He is a good family man as well.
Yeah, he does love being at the ground and driving around in that cart whenever he gets a chance. Oh, good catch.
Chipped
there.
straight to mid wicket.
Hit straight to the fielder. She's not going to drop that one.
Karamari's only taken one-handed catches so far this series, but gets to use two on this occasion. Van Belcher just a bit guilty of standing up on the shot and chipping it only as far as the mid-wicket fielder, and the Dutch lose their third wicket on 71. Inside the 20th over. Jolien Van Vliet comes to the crease in replacement of Annemijn Van Belcher, who departs for 26. Looked good, did Annemijn today?
Yeah, a lot better intent today than she had on Monday. As being a lot more positive and scored a bit more runs as well, so that's good to see. We'll give her a lot of confidence for the third game as well.
Jolien Van Vliet. Not someone I've seen a lot of, but saw a little bit of her a few weeks ago when she played against the under-16, under-17 boys, and had a really nice 40 actually. Looked really, really good.
Yeah, it's very good to see Jolien starting to make some runs. She's been around the group for quite a while now, but has actually come a long way. Started playing cricket at quite a late age, coming from hockey at Kampong. Spent a year in the Road to Perth program learning her cricket, and ever since then worked very, very hard on her game, and has been to Australia for a bit to get better, and it's definitely starting to pay off, so it's really good to see.
Yeah, and gets off the mark straight away. 2 off 11 balls in game 1, so didn't really get underway. Well, to be fair, nor did basically any of the Dutch ladies, so nice to get off the mark early on, and again a different sort of situation. That's very nice batting.
Very well played
by Riker. She's got to look to push for 3. Van Vliet's got to run a bit harder there. Doesn't have to think about it only being 2, potentially the chance of 3. Just a little bit of inexperience there from the young batter. But nice batting there by Riker. No one behind square on that leg side.
and she actually sweeps quite well as well, so it would be good to if she could bring that out today as well and make use of this big gap here behind square leg. It's not really the bowling for it at the moment though, unfortunately.
Into the over. 74 for 3. Cara Murray continues. to her 4th over. And slip comes back in for the new batter. 4 fielders out on the boundary though. Nice feat by Van Vliet. Gets 1 run down the ground. A lot of work going on those nets, Miranda. Quite a few of the players in there.
Yeah, the girls are definitely working hard this week to get as much in as they can. So it's good to see the girls that are not playing training hard, and they'll be keen for a game on Friday.
Lofted high in the air. Amy Hunter can't quite make the ground in to get the catch, and Robina Riker doing her best chipping approach. The pitching wedge out for one, and now the lob wedge out for the other. Just dropping into space, so...
As we can see, Robin is definitely going to keep playing her shots. And you can see that with a bit of intent, you do get away with a bit more as well. So it's very good to see how she keeps doing that and keeps hitting the gaps.
Ireland with a slight change in the field. Gabby Lewis now coming into that tight short mid-on again to try and negate that bunted single down to long on. Dutch in a better position than what they were in game 1. 76 for 3. Obviously were bowled out for 84 in game 1, so definite improvement. Spin from Murray, stays a little bit low. Yeah, you're right, Miranda. It does feel like Riker's not going to hang around and just bat for 1,000 balls. She's going to come out and maybe try and chase this target, but be positive with the way she goes about it all the same. Big load up there. Few more supporters just trickling into the ground. A couple up there on the balcony. I see new KNCB board member Reinhard Scholter out there in the middle. Quicker one from Murray. Dragged down and swept hard by Riker. Only get the one though.
Good shot there again by Riker, and it's ever since she obviously started out her career as a fast bowler and got reported couldn't bowl anymore after that. And has definitely set her mind to changing to becoming a better, and as we can see, it's she's doing really well and being really positive about it. So she's definitely not given up.
No, exactly, and I think with the amount of talent that she has, she's quite a natural sportsman. Plays hockey at quite a decent level, and has that natural hand-eye coordination. So I think almost getting rid of the bowling's allowed her to really focus on becoming quite a good batter, and has natural timing. And I think that's something that is relatively underrated at times in Dutch cricket. And it's just that natural hand-eye and that natural ability to time the ball.
Yeah, and definitely something we see a lot of with the girls, that they're all looking really good when they're batting, but not necessarily getting the power behind the ball. Where Robin is definitely getting her hands through very quick and definitely getting the power in her shots.
She moves on to 18. Nice piece of fielding by the Irish captain off her own bowling. And then makes a slight error, and the cry of "oh no" from the bowler. Expects better of herself. The Dutch move on to 80.
Yeah, Laura definitely the kind of captain that wants to lead by example, so she will be a bit disappointed that she didn't get more of a hand on that one. But then to be fair, it was quite a long way to her right. So.
Well, Coco was on commentary earlier, and she did say to me that she said that as a team you've agreed that anything that hits the hand is a chance, which I thought was particularly impressive. But nonetheless, if you get something to it, you should probably stop it, shouldn't you?
Yeah, that's definitely the right way to go about it, I think. The right way to look at it. 'Cause you wouldn't want people just being happy getting a finger to it. You definitely want people to go for it and actually stop the ball.
Delaney in at the stumps and knocked away through the leg side. Another single to the total. Defended back to the bowler to finish the over. 82 for 3 after 22 overs. Slight change in the field now. Gabby Lewis dropping off onto the 24-yard, 23-yard ring. And there comes the sweep. Riker, and beautifully hit, but only as far as Georgina Dempsey it. Deep mid-wicket. Dutch closing in on that 84 that they made in game one. Miranda.
Yeah, they're looking a lot more positive today, so they're definitely gonna pass that 84. And as we say that, Julien actually gets a big edge over the keeper. She's gonna run away for 2.
Better running.
And that gets
by
us
Van
to
Vliet.
85 and past Monday's score.
As we've got a big jumbo jet on its way in over the top of us. Not used to it, got to be honest. I've played cricket here in this country for 6 summers now. But never quite got used to the old jumbo jet flying over the top. That was a big one, that one, Miranda.
Yeah, I've been playing in this country for a lot longer than that, and I'm still not really used to the planes getting over my head the whole time, so it's does get a bit distracting sometimes in the field.
I did see a lot of the Irish fielders put their head to the sky as soon as that ball was delivered and knocked back to the bowler, and they saw the size of that one. A few big ones coming in this afternoon. Chopped away behind point. Partial stop by Captain Delaney, and that will allow it to only go for 1.
Yeah, some good fielding there at backward point. It's a shame they couldn't get 2 out of that, which is probably what the Irish were doing very well in the first innings. Turning their 1s into 2s and really putting the Dutch fielders under pressure.
Straight up in the air by Riker. And that is caught by Mary Waldron. Cara Murray picks up her 2nd. Disappointing way to go.
Yeah, that was a very easy catch from Mary Waldron in the end. It's a shame Robin was looking very good. And definitely hitting the ball well, so she'll be gutted to go out to that.
Yeah, she falls for 21. The Dutch 86 for 3 in the 23rd over. Robina Reich departs. Into the crease comes a tall young figure of Iris Villing. Bowled very well earlier today. Been really impressed with the way she's gone about it over the first 2 days. You will have heard me say that on commentary quite a lot. The Dutch 86 for 4. And what we've seen is the Dutch with a couple of batters getting starts today. Van Bolger with 26, Julia Post facing 42 balls for her 15, and Robina Riker falling for 21 off 23 balls. Some improvement, but that's that difference in levels, isn't it? The ability to bat 130, 140 balls as opposed to batting 58, 42 and 23. Nonetheless, it allows an opportunity for Iris Villing to come to the crease. Young batter. Made 9 on Monday. Pitched up and straight and towards long on, and Van Vliet will trot on down and take strike. Really like the intent that Iris Villing has at the crease, Miranda.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the reasons that Iris has been used as an opening batter in her 2020s last year as well. It's very strong down the ground and always looking to be very positive. So yeah, if she can bring that here as well, batting a bit lower down with still plenty of time to bat for her, that'd be really good. And she'll definitely be looking to hit that long on there quite often.
Change in the field for the new batter. Just 4 on the offside, so Laura Delaney basically telling herself she has to hit the stumps. Mid wicket, forward square, and a sort of quite square 45 in place as Villing down to long on once more. Yeah, nice timing. Must be a nice bat, because those first 2 balls have come off the middle of it by the sounds. Miranda, if we look at the score, 89 for 4, and almost half the innings gone, what do you see as a positive for the Dutch as Van Vliet hits it down to long on for another single?
I think they definitely would have started the innings by wanting to score to get up to 200 today. Obviously, you always want to get to the target, but being realistic from here, I think the 200 would still be a great achievement if they can get up there. But the biggest thing for them is just to be positive and actually convert those starts into some bigger scores and substantial innings. So getting time out in the middle for them is crucial, as are these games, obviously. So yeah, they really have to make the most of this and just stay really positive out there and trying to get it up to some sort of decent score.
So Delaney operating with a mid-off extra cover and backward point in the ring, and just the deep extra cover out. Flicked off the legs, straight to the fielder. I feel like a direct hit would have had her gone. Quite a bold call that. Went straight to Prendergast at forward square leg. Opportunity not taken by the Irish though. Another over ticks by. 24 overs gone. 92 for 4. Top edge from Van Vliet to start the 25th over. And go away for a single. Cara Murray into her 6th over.
That's the second ball she's played over the keeper's head now. Can almost start saying she's doing it on purpose.
Straight mid-on comes in place once more for the new batter, Zwilling. Only as far as Kavanagh on the covers. Was that ball chopped? Van Vliet probably caught napping there. Quite a wide running position, and I don't think the bowler quite realised how far she was out of her crease. An underarm might have had it gone.
Not a very good shot there, straight to the fielder. And you can see Iris is not happy with that. Definitely looking to hit the gaps more.
Yeah, the Irish, for me, have just set better fields. It's definitely helped them be able to maintain the run rate at such a low level. It's still very much a learning thing for this Dutch side and in general in Dutch cricket, because both in the young men's game and the young ladies' game, that there is that sort of still that lack of game awareness, or that lack of cricket nous, as we like to say, isn't there, Miranda?
Yeah, we can definitely see that the Irish are having their fielders in the right positions and not giving anything away in that regard. And even with the balls going to the boundaries, we can see they're keeping the Dutch girls to only one. Where the Irish were taking two quite often, and yeah, just hitting the gaps a bit more regularly than the Dutch girls are doing at the moment.
One taken off the final ball. 95 for 4. Laura Delaney will continue from the Mulder end. Tucked off the hip. Really as far as McMahon, who's on the field for Leopold, dropped a catch in her final over, and I think decided that after 137 runs and batting for 45 overs, she had done her job for the day, so she's just taking a little bit of a break on the sideline.
Actually, as you were saying that, I can see her standing up in the tent and actually signalling to Sophie that she's ready to come back on. So I think we'll be seeing her back on the field next over.
Nice deft touch there by Van Vliet behind point, and that takes over another one. Yeah, well, Cara Murray took over from her, so to be fair, she's been off for a good 12 overs now. So nice little rest. Be able to sneak a few overs of her back in. The captain comes in once more and full. And he hit as far away as the short mid wicket. Hit hard by Zwilling. Past the outstretched hand of Shauna Kavanagh, and another single to the total. Miranda, tell me a little bit more about some of these girls that aren't playing today. You've got Annemine Thompson, Mickey Zwilling, Phoebe Molkenburg, alongside Gwen Blumen, who obviously missed out, who obviously played game one and sitting out today, and Robin van Oostrom. There's a little bit of talent there.
Yeah, there definitely is. Robin and Phoebe have actually both been playing with her under 19s a couple of weeks ago against Scotland and Ireland as well. I'm pretty sure Robin scored quite a bit of runs there as well, so it's definitely good to see, and it's good to see that Shane's actually involving the young girls in the squad. So they'll be soaking up everything this week. So we have a quick single there. Yeah, they'll be soaking up the experience and waiting for their chance to get involved here. Mickey, obviously the sister of Iris, who's also a fast bowler. Yeah, she's playing at Rood en Wit for club cricket, and is definitely a bit faster than most of the girls. So she'll be looking for consistency to get back in this side. And Gwen, we've obviously seen on Monday, has worked a lot on her batting as well as her bowling. She's playing with me here at VRA, so obviously a little bit biased there maybe, but she's definitely improved her game a lot and is very keen to learn and to showcase that on the bigger stage as well. And then
Cara Murray's into her 7th over.
And then we've also got the leg spin of Annemijn Thompson, who's hasn't been playing a game yet this far. He's a leg spinner, but can also hit the ball a long way. So usually bats a bit lower down. He's not scared to go after the bowling, and definitely looks to be very positive as well. With obviously Caroline de Lange playing today as a leg spinner, yeah, she'll be competing with her for a spot.
Cut away by Van Vliet. You see the Irish very well drilled lineup. Hardly made an error today. Small little misfield at mid-off earlier on, and to be fair, quite a tough dropped, caught and bowled by Paul earlier, but otherwise not a lot to speak from. They've been very, very disciplined, and if you wonder why we don't talk about them much, it's because they've actually just been very, very good, and there's not much to actually discuss.
Yeah, that's definitely always been a strong suit of the Irish. They're very consistent and well drilled. Yeah, you really have to take your chances against them, and when they do drop the ball, like maybe the small drop they had before, you really have to make the most of it, because they're not gonna do that too often. And I know it's something the girls talk about a lot. They've done a lot of preparation for this week, looking at videos and actually analyzing the Irish bowlers. So they know what to expect. Obviously, executing it is the next step. And it's definitely something they can learn from the Irish, where they really punish the bad ball and punish the mistakes that we maybe sometimes make. And yeah, they won't be there too often, so you really have to make the most of it when it does happen.
.27 overs gone. The Dutch crossing the 100 barrier. 100 for 4. 101 for 4. Pace from the Mulder end. Arlene Kelly returns, bowling her first overs after that first spell. 4 overs, 2 maidens, done for 6. Being brought back into the attack now to find another wicket. And again, much like Monday, coming back with quite a defensive field. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on and deep cover the fielders out. As Van Vliet takes strike.
Yeah, the Dutch looked very positive and relatively comfortable against the spin before, so I hope they can actually take that with them against the pace now. That with the field back a bit more, they should be able to get a few more singles and get themselves going again.
Van Vliet looking to try and access that leg side. Does this time. Only as far as Gabby Lewis. Bounces over the short mid wicket and over. And bowler Arlene Kelly. Sean Kavanagh does the clean up work. It's really cooled off. A nice 22 degrees. I mean, just a little bit of breeze, so no complaints. From the commentary box here, it was a lot more enjoyable than the 29 degrees from the first innings.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more comfortable now. I reckon the Irish girls will be quite happy with this temperature being out in the field.
Full again from Kelly. And he hit as far as long on. Svilling will take the single. This game's sort of just meandering on at the moment. They're that sort of just batting in their own world, still a long way behind the Dutch. That's a nice shot. Dab down, and by hitting the ball into the ground, just took a little bit of pace off it, allowing them to get through for a single. 104 the score after 28 overs. Dutch ticking along.
It's good to see the girls being able to take the single quite easily this over. The new bowler. Hopefully once they get themselves in, especially Iris, who just got to the crease, they'll start looking to find a few more boundaries maybe. Be even more positive than they're already being at the moment.
Sophie McMahon goes off the field and Leopold back on, standing in there at mid-wicket. Cara Murray to bowl another. Advancing sweep, I suppose is the only way I can term that. That's how I saw it from Van Vliet. Like you say, former hockey player.
Yes, she used to be a hockey keeper actually. At Kampong, and then at the age of 16, I think it was, 16, 17, came into contact with cricket. Started playing, so she's a wicketkeeper now as well. Obviously only playing as a batter at the moment. And it's good to see with her that she's definitely not scared of the ball, obviously being used to hard balls being hit at her being a keeper. And it definitely is what helped her become a good batter and wicketkeeper as well.
Bit of an ungainly slog there by Svilling. Need to find the second 6 of the series. Second 6 of today. But to no avail. Tries again. Goes high in the air. And you could see that happening a mile away.
Yeah, they never really looked comfortable under the catch there, and probably a bit of lack of communication due to the noise of the plane flying over.
Yeah, always an off-putting.
Two fielders almost colliding and ball dropping in the middle.
Yeah, very off-putting the plane overhead as you try to do things like that. And you see Kavanagh initially looking to go for it. Kelly looked like she had it covered as well. And then, almost because they both heard nothing, they both left it. So, Svilling survives.
Yeah, the plane actually might have saved Iris there.
Nicely timed by Van Vliet once more. Another over completed. Dutch move on to 107 after 29.
As Piers has just taken a short break, Robert is back in the commentary box. Welcome back.
Yeah, I took a while to complete my round around the lovely ground of VRA. Took my time, had a look from all angles, and saw some dismissals, saw some good bowling. The Dutch proceeding into a reasonable stance, but never looking like making the runs, never looking like having the intent to go for a 300 total, but at least doing themselves a little bit of pride. Try to bet out the overs.
Yeah, I reckon they'll have set themselves their own little targets rather than the 330 that's been set by Ireland.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the target is the target they're looking at this moment?
Yeah, that's a very good question. As you see, a big shot there from Iris. And a great attempt by Long On, but she can't quite get there. Come through for a second run. I reckon they'll definitely be looking to get up to somewhere around 180 to 200 at the moment still. If these girls can stay there and keep playing their shots, it's definitely a good chance of getting there.
Wow, the heave saved by the two fielders in the outfield. Good partnership of them, helping them out. Iris Willing coming back for a second.
Iris picked out the biggest corner of the ground there. So I saw you looking at the girls training over there in the nets. So they looked very positive from here. And definitely looking to practice some big shots.
Yeah, these little girls, as I call them, it's my little girl and the other little girls. They hit the ball hard and they've got some flair around them, which I'm very happy to see. And well, they can hit the ball in the nets. It's a different story out in the middle, obviously.
Yeah, definitely very different, as we see a third top edge from Jolien van Vliet. Oh, and she didn't slide her bet there, so caught short of her ground, unfortunately. Very good direct hit by Mary Waldron.
Yeah, it looked like the tiredness taking its toll a bit. Well short.
So real shame, another batter getting a start, but not really going on with it. So Jolien has to go.
Departing for 19 runs of 28 deliveries. Yeah, the fifth batter of getting into the 10s and the 20s and not succeeding to capitalize on that start and not being able to accelerate, which is a pity.
So we see Frederik Overdijk coming to the crease, who was probably the one positive in the betting from Monday. So looking forward to what she can do today. And
good shot for a first boundary in a while.
picking up the furthest corner again, but this time getting the 4. It's a good positive shot by Iris.
Well tossed up by Cara Murray, inviting Iris to have a go, and she did well to make good contact and going for cow corner.
Iris definitely someone who can hit the ball a long way, and showing that on that delivery.
Quicker delivery.
And well kept out by Iris.
Lots of air and
trying to go to the same corner again, and only getting an edge on it this time, and caught at point by Laura Delaney. So
Iris Willing looks in despair how she could not get this away into cow corner again.
It's definitely probably a little bit slower than she thought it'd be. Easy catch in the end for Laura.
And yet another Dutch batter departing after getting into a start. Iris Willing goes for 17 runs after 26 balls.
We see Caroline de Lange coming into bat. Obviously didn't play on Monday, so it's her first game again today. She'll be looking to get some runs here.
Nice little loopy, leggy. Caroline de Lange just blocks, having a quiet look. Whitish and called white by the umpire.
Yeah, there haven't been too many of those wides. It's definitely something that the Irish have been pretty good at. The last game especially, but also today. And cut away to deep cover, good shot. Only for one though.
Yeah, that's what the Irish do well as well. Not only give away too many extras, but just ball on their fields and set the right fields. If it's a little bit short outside of this protection. Quicker, faster and wider as well. So
As
another
we
wide.
actually say that they haven't been bowling many wides, there's another one there. You might have jinxed it a little bit.
So another over goes. It's 121 for 6 after 31 overs. Good over for the Irish again, taking the wicket of Irish Swilling. The Dutch with 2 new batters at the crease, needing to build up a new partnership. Still 19 overs to go though.
Yeah, so these two new batters still have a little bit of time to play themselves in before they get into their work. As we see Georgia Dempsey coming back into the tap, is that right? Or is it Rachel Delaney again?
Good question.
Yeah, it's definitely Delaney again. She starts with a wide on the offside. We definitely shouldn't have said anything about that. Good single there, putting the Irish fielders under a little bit of pressure. So, like to see a bit more of that.
Caroline de Lange straight away off the mark and getting a single again, so good intents from her. Yeah, Irish bowling a little bit wayward at this moment. And again,
It's good to see Frederik not just leaving it on the leg side, but actually really looking at it and seeing if she can maybe get it past the field fine leg. She hasn't been able to do this far. Good shot there for single down to long on.
Keeps the board ticking at 4-5 and over, which by far obviously is not enough, but for the Dutch perspective at this moment, this is what they should do.
Yeah, if they can keep going like this for a few overs and then maybe start speeding up the run rate a bit after that, that'd be really good.
Looked pretty straight, maybe just turning a bit too much and missing leg stump. But yeah, playing across line, not the wise way to go.
Yeah, probably not the best shot to the straight ball that Delaney's bowling. Should definitely be looking a little bit straighter for runs.
Mid on dropping down to the boundary.
Caroline looking to play it down to long on, but actually completely missing that ball. Good ball by Delaney, so it's Caroline de Lange bowled for 1, I think, or 2, I think it is.
Yes, 2 runs, 7 deliveries. Dutch losing quick wickets in succession at the moment, which brings a new batter to the crease, and
I think that's going to be Eva Lynch. Yeah, losing a few quick wickets here, so they'll be looking to rebuild some kind of partnership, these two batters.
As Mr. Fletcher returned to the commentary box after a short pause, having a bite and a drink, and replacing the dog for a while.
Thanks, Rob. And a short break and straight back into it. Cara Murray will continue. And that's bowled. First ball. Frederico Verdijk only makes the 1 run today. Beautiful delivery from the leg spinner, pitching around about leg stump and clattering into middle and off stump. And the Dutch putting up a great fight at one point, cruising along at 114 for 3. They'll find themselves 125 for 8. Sort of all gone by the wayside, Miranda Veringmeyer.
Yeah, they were looking very comfortable until about 5 overs ago. Now suddenly losing quite a few wickets in a short time. So should definitely be looking to get something more out of this game and to keep betting positively and get a few more runs for these lower order batters.
Yeah, 114 for 4. My apologies, was the score when Jolene Van Vliet fell, and then Jolene Van Vliet fell. Need to get my words out. Yes, been on commentary all day. It feels like a very long time, to be fair. And then Iris Villing, trying to be aggressive again, fell for 17. Top edging, and then Frederico Verdijk and Caroline de Lange both bowled last to it. That has turned and bounced, and to be fair, good luck to any batter from either side to face that delivery today.
Yeah, very good ball there by Cara Murray. Should be hoping to get a few more like that.
got 4 wickets to her name, does Murray. Should be trying to get a 5th here as this game sort of comes to a quiet close. Like I say, it's all sort of fallen by the wayside for the Dutch. Look, they were never really in with a chance of chasing the score, but like I say, they were actually batting quite nicely. Waist high full toss. Nitin Barthy turning down the opportunity to get his arm out. This will be another single out to square leg. Miranda, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you alongside. You've done a bit of a big stint here in the commentary box, so greatly appreciated. Love your insights. Look forward to seeing you around the ground for the rest of the afternoon. You staying for the barbecue?
Yeah, might do, since the Villaregos are actually training tonight here at the ground as well, so definitely staying around for a bit longer and give the commentary to actually an Irishman, the father of the Irish captain, Paul Delaney.
Thanks, Miranda. Welcome, Paul.
Thanks very much, Pierce.
Many congratulations.
Yes.
Ball's gone high in the air. I'm going to have to cut you off quite quickly because there'll be a 5th wicket for Cara Murray. Excellently bowled by the leg spinner today. Went for 23 off her 6 in game 1 and probably guilty of over pitching, but today she's been absolutely spot on. Paul, you've watched her bowl a little bit more than I have, and she's bowled very well today.
Yeah, she's certainly been bowling extremely well today. She turns the ball, she gives it a little bit of flight, and she's quite an intriguing bowler to have in your lineup. I think I've seen her maybe working back about 4 to 5 years ago, 5 at the max. And she was impressive from the word go in that she could turn the ball. And she's done well here today. I thought the batting side probably found it a little difficult to penetrate the field. Played some very good shots from the word go. But then perhaps the scoreboard pressure and not being able to get enough boundaries probably forced them into a position where they were taking shots on that they didn't really want to take on, but runs have to be scored, Pierce. So
anyway, 3 for 56, her previous best, so the 5 for 39 she's taken today has been absolutely exceptional. Looks to be sliding down the leg side, and all of a sudden this game was cruising along, and now it looks like it might come to quite an abrupt end. But let's speak about the first innings, because that was far more exciting from an Irish perspective anyway.
yeah, certainly it was.
And there it is, game, set and match. Isabel van den Woning, bowled by the off-spinner of Rachel Delaney, and the Dutch have just completely capitulated over the last 15 minutes or so. 114 for 4, 126 all out. Missing their last 6 wickets for just 12 runs. But we'll move that aside. We'll talk about this a little bit later. Let's have another 5 minutes just talking about the fact that Leah Paul and Laura Delaney, your daughter, have batted extremely well on a decent pitch and put on an unbelievable partnership.
Yeah, the early days in the Irish innings, the bowling good and tight by the Dutch. Again, it was difficult, it looked like, to score more than the single, but the occasional boundary helped to keep a certain pace on the game. And then as the power play ended, Ireland probably did take account of some of the slightly looser bowling that might have occurred every other over, and were able to pick up boundaries. And I think probably that would have been the difference between the two batting sides. The Dutch were batting well, but just found those boundaries a little bit more difficult to get, and the scoreboard pressure of 300 runs it's a daunting enough task at the outset. But they managed it very well, up to the point, I suppose, when you mentioned there they lost 6 wickets really without. But the stunning catch, right at the start of the innings there by Cara Murray, as it so happened, taking the Dutch captain, isn't that correct?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Babette Delaney fell.
Yeah, who looks a damn good player and damn good wicketkeeper.
You around on Friday again, Paul?
I am, yes, Pierce.
I think we'll get you on for a little bit more of an elongated stint. This sort of ball just fell apart very quickly here as the Dutch innings came to an end. So I'll wrap it up here at VRA.
Thank you.
The Irish, they batted first. They made 137 for 8. Leopold, the standout batter, alongside Laura Delaney, both making hundreds, putting on a massive 200-plus score. And then, for the bowling-wise, Iris Villing, 2 for 59 from 10. Frederick Overdyke also taking 2 wickets. Those are probably the 2 standout bowlers. Silver Seegers bowling a nice 10-over spell for 51. And then, with the bat, the Dutch, well, they were a lot better than game 1. Starts for Van Boge, Post, Reich, Van Vliet and Zwilling, but unfortunately, all they were was starts, as the Dutch capitulated from 114 for 4 to 126 all out. Cara Murray, the standout bowler there. Excellent figures of 10 overs, 5 for 39. Very, very impressive by the young leg spinner. She'll be very, very proud of herself. Also took a blinding catch to get rid of the Dutch skipper and get the Irish team on a roll. It's our final game here at VRA. Second and final game. We'll be back on Friday, a little bit closer to my home, over in The Hague. Forburg Cricket Club will be at 11 a.m. start for that one. This is Pierce Fletcher on behalf of all my co-commentators, thanking you for joining us today. We'll see you all again on Friday, 11 a.m. Have a lovely afternoon.